Good morning from Tokyo. Warm welcome to this conference on rural and agricultural development in the digital age. Information and communication technologies, or ICTs, are ubiquitous and influence our day-to-day lives. We don't let a day go by without using the internet, computer, tablet, platform, software application, or database. The proliferation and the prevalence of ICTs have been transformational for markets, producers, consumers, communities, and governments. In rural areas of developing countries and emerging market economies, access to and the use of ICTs have increased considerably in recent decades. ICTs help in rural development through their applications in agriculture, extension services, financial services, education, healthcare, and disaster management, and bring the government services to the doorsteps of the rural household. COVID-19 has made it even more evident that ICTs are indispensable in rural development and in mitigating the negative impact of learning losses due to protracted school closures and many other problems. It has become evident, however, that these changes are accompanied by various challenges, including computer illiteracy, poor infrastructure, cost of internet access, unreliable internet services in the rural and remote areas. A vast body of theoretical and empirical research has already been conducted on the impact of these changes and challenges on agricultural production and marketing and their implications for rural household well-being. Nevertheless, more research is needed to better understand how digital technologies affect rural and agricultural development in developing countries. This is the purpose of this conference. In the next 4 days, researchers from across the world will present their empirical research on the digital transformation of agriculture and rural economy in developing countries. Through this empirical research, we aim to support data-driven policy making. This conference received 97 papers from 17 developing countries. Finally, 28 papers were selected to be presented this week. I hope the presenters will receive valuable feedback from discussants and other participants to further improve their papers, and that everyone will benefit from knowledge exchange and the cross-fertilization of ideas through the 4 days. I'd like to express my gratitude to our keynote speakers, Professor Jikun Huang, Professor at Peking University, Professor Michael Kremer, Professor at the University of Chicago and the recipient of the 2019 Nobel Prize in Economics, and Professor Edward Barbier, Distinguished Professor at Colorado State University. Thank you also to the session chairs, Xinfen Jiang, Chief of Rural Development and Food Security Thematic Group, ADB, Andy Mackey, Professor at University of Sussex, United Kingdom, Rie Hiraoka, Director of Social Sector Division, Central and West Asia Department, ADB, Yasmin Siddiqui, Director of Environment, Natural Resources and Agriculture Division, Central and West Asia Division, Department, ADB. Michiko Katagami, Principal Nature Resources and Agriculture Specialist, ADB. Sujata Gupta, Director, Sustainable Infrastructure Division, East Asia Department, ADB. And Wang Lin Ma, Associate Professor, Lincoln University, New Zealand. Last but not least, I thank the organizing team members who worked relentlessly for this special issues of with review of development economics and the conference. Andy Mackey, the editor of Review of Development Economics, Van Green Ma, Associate Professor, Lincoln University, and on the ADBI side, Dil Rahat, Paharos Chai, Mami Nomoto, Mami Yoshida. With that, I hope you will enjoy your conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean Sonobe, for your opening remarks. We really appreciate for bringing the views, your views on digitalizations in rural and agriculture development. But before we start with the conference, we'd like to have a photo sessions, and we'd like to request everyone to open their camera and give a big smile. Just Junko-san and others, please open the camera. Yes. Rie-san, if you can open the camera. Thank you. Can we take this picture, please?
1, 2, 3. Again, please. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are waiting for the chair to join in. So since chair has not joined in as yet, so I'll take on the chair until we have the chair join in. So
the chair is coming.
Oh, she went, it's coming.
Okay. Yeah, chair will be here. So yeah, he's here. Good morning, Dr. Che Peng. Yeah, he's joining.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that we have the time difference. Still on time?
Yes, very much. So can we take the picture now once again with the chair, please?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Can we open the camera?
Sorry for that.
No problem, we understand.
Sorry, I didn't realize that we have time difference. Okay.
Ray-san, please, if you can open the camera. Once again, sorry for the inconvenience. Yes, Ray-san, yes, see you. Done?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let me introduce the chair, Dr. Cheng-Feng Zhang. He is the Chief of Rural Development and Food Security Thematic Group. Concurrently, he is Officer in Charge, Chief of Environmental Thematic Group, ADB, Philippines. As the Chief of Rural Development and Food Security Thematic Groups, Dr. Zhang is providing leadership to the formulations and implementations of the bank strategies and knowledge in agriculture, natural resource, and food. Oversees the operations of bank vision on agriculture, natural resource, and food in regional and country programs. As the head of Environment Thematic Group, he's also leading bank initiative in Natural Capital Lab, Ocean Health Action Plan, Air Quality Management, and East Asia Oscillation Flyway. Prior to serving as the role of chief, Dr. Zhang was director for Environment, Natural Resource, and Agriculture in East Asia Department in the bank, 2014 to 2020. He successfully linked the agriculture productions with natural resource management, environment health, delivering the $2 billion Yangtze River Economic Belt Framework Program, designing $6 billion rural vitalization program in PRC, formulating multiple phased air quality management and sustainable tourism program in Mongolia across various sectors. Prior to joining ADB, he was senior environmental specialist at the World Bank in Washington, D.C., a director at the State Environmental Protections Administration in Beijing, and a research fellow at Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Dr. Zhang is Chinese national. He holds a doctorate degree in environmental engineering from Tsinghua University and a master's degree in water resource management and a bachelor's degree in hydrology from Tsinghua University. He was also trained at the Harvard Business School through its executive development program. With this, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Zhang. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Today we have a very important session about the digitalization agricultural value chain and also the rural development. Let's start with our first speaker, Professor Huangji Huang. He's also one of my close friends in this area. Professor Huangji Huang is a founding director of the China Center of Agricultural Policy, director of the New Rural Development Institute, and a professor in the School of Advanced Agricultural Science in the Peking University. Dr. Huang is a well-known expert in this area. He's also the fellow of World Academy of the Sciences, an honorable life member of the International Association of Agricultural Economics, fellow of Agricultural and Applied Economics Association, and also the former president of the Asia Society of Agricultural Economics. Dr. Huang's research area covers a wide range of the issues on agricultural policy, food security, rural development. He has been in several policy advisory committees of the central and the local governments, including export advisory committee member of the Rural Leading Group for Office of the Central Committee of the China and also the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs. He received his PhD in agricultural economics from the University of the Philippines in 1990. He also published 24 books and also about 600 journal papers. Today, we are very happy to get the Professor Huang to give us the clear presentation. Professor Huang, floor is yours. You have the 20 minutes, and after that, we will have the 10 minutes for open discussions. Over to you.
Okay, thank you, Qingfeng Zhang, for introduction. Let me share my screen, and also let me know when you can see my screen. Qingfeng, can you see my screen with full screen?
It's not, yeah, it's okay now.
Okay. Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great honor to be here to give a talk about how to use digital technology for agricultural development. Let me start what many of us have heard on what are potential role of digital technology for agricultural development. You can hear from many conferences, including the conference staff on today. You also has heard many project report, media report on how digital technology can improve production efficiency, can improve marketing performance, also can help a consumer to meet their demand. And we also read many kind of literature, but many are not empirical study. They look at how the digital technology can integrate the food value chain and do food traceability, improve food safety. And we also heard the potential role of this technology can use to improve governance. And I'm not going to read all of this detail, but in some, it's true that there are many reporting studies showed that there's potential. I'm going to say potential node can using this technology for agricultural development. And because of this potential node in agricultural rural development, many countries like China has issued a set of policy to facilitate this development. Here, just give you, I not ask you to read this, but just show you the impression that the Chinese government each year has issued policy to facilitate this development. In first, 10 years ago, China have a policy try to initiate research in agricultural technology in terms of ICT, in terms of precision agriculture. Since then, there are many projects started to facilitate this technology development. And by 2020, China has made a plan for 5 years development of the digital agriculture and rural development. Of course, this plan include many kind of investment budgeted to implement this. And not this year, China even have an action plan to move digital rural development from 2020 to 2025. And China have a #1 document of this year, try to identify the this 5-year plan, what is going to do in this year. With all those kind of government initiative investment, we do see ICT infrastructure improving significantly over time. We know the penetration in urban is quite high, but the rural area also taking off. Although they have quite below the urban area, but I believe in coming year they are going to increasing much faster than urban area. With the mobile base station and have fully covered by 4G and 5G also increasing over time in China. And I just here just give you impression what it means by 5-year plan of digital rural development. And in this plan cover many areas, not only on infrastructure, industrial development, and governance, and so on, but also in each area, there's indicator to try to reach by 2025. For example, the share how the digital agriculture in agricultural GDP should reach by 15% by 2025. This is quite a huge move. And the share of online agricultural products will move from currently less about 10% to 15% by 2025, or by 2025. Internet penetration in all over rural China should reach by 70%. Indeed, this already almost reached there now, even before 3 years before 2025. We see the government now is moving in this direction to try to pushing digital agricultural and rural development. On the other hand, the private sector even do much bigger program on try to do this technology and how using this agricultural. This is just so you list some big agricultural private company. They are working from input to output, then from crop sector to livestock sector, try to digitalizing agriculture in the production, in the marketing, and the service. And of course, many are still at the pilot stage. But more impression is not only big agricultural company, it's the bigger internet company. I think you might have heard Alibaba had huge investment go to the agricultural marketing chain, right? But indeed, this is not a oral story. Indeed, Tencent, Huawei, and Jingdong, even also increasing very huge amount. If you online sell Jingdong even bigger than Alibaba. So and this is quite surprising because we look at 10 years ago, there's no many company interested in agricultural sector, but now it's not only agricultural company, but internet non-agricultural company also have been investing in agricultural marketing chain and much. But the question is how to facilitate this development. I think this is the big acute question. And I don't know, I don't think the government and private sector really know how to move this ahead. So given this situation, what the government do? Government do pioneer reform, pioneer program. But we don't know how to do that, but let's do pioneer. So since 2013, a Ministry of Agriculture Rural Affairs implemented first set of reform in 9 provinces, and then move to and each province also implement a pioneer program, try to see how Internet of Things can use in the agricultural sector. A digital agriculture pioneer project first set was started 2017, which 92 projects in marketing term, and the whole region has been implementing pioneer this digital village, county, and city since 2020 in Suzhou, Jinan, Qingdao, Weifang. This day I just came from Weifang to see what is going on there. And there are also other projects by other ministry, include there are several other ministry also implementing this national pioneer project. Because national implementing pioneer project, provincial, county level also implement their own pioneer project. And you can see how much money that is going on this sector. And I think since 2015, I have been visiting each province to see what are really going on there. We do see some internet of things now have pioneer use in different fields, including greenhouse, vegetable production, in animal production, but most still under pioneer project. I didn't see much impact. Okay, diffuse normal to more farmers. That's quite challenging facing to how to make this more cost recovery case. And also, this is the other case study I did in Shandong. The photo I taken last year. They use Internet of Things in the greenhouse. These farmers in Weifang, they produce gene, red bud gene inside the greenhouse, and this system is quite expensive. But last month I visited this farmer. He said they can also need technology which better control our temperature, better control our soil nutrition, and he able to increase.
Professor Ji Kung, I think your slide is not moving.
It's not moving.
Yeah.
It's moving not.
No.
Oh, surprising. Let me.
So, would you like us to share from this side? We would be happy to do that.
Okay, then why you say your side?
Yes.
I stop sharing now. You. Okay, now we go on. Yes. Go. Move. I finishing this. Go on. And yeah, finish. And one more. Go. I think I did this. Sorry, I need to tell me early. Okay, one more. No, one more. Okay, here. So this is a farmer I visited last year. He used this Internet of Things to try to better control our production, but improving the productivity by about 50%. And more important is because he used this Internet of Things, he was able to sell his product about 4-5 months ago. He can selling this gene about the product in spring time, normally this product was selling right now. So he and the price about 3 times higher. So he believes even the investment is quite huge, he can get return within 4 or 5 years. Yeah. But anyway, but we see many farmers can adopt on this technology. Only few farmers can do it. Next, please. Next. And this is the other the very modern in greenhouse use the ICT use the technology in the production. It's true the green they produce a lot of product with very high productivity, but we don't think that they can recover the cost of huge investment. Without investment subsidy from government, from our company, running to recover the cost is really challenges. Next. And we also do the study on the drone application in plant protection, and this is one of a few cases which quite successful in China, and it has impacting many places. And tomorrow, also going to see GFI in Guangdong to see how they diffusing the technology across China. But we do see this is expanding. On the other hand, we also see only those bigger farmers can receive this service. Small farmers still going for the far we can adopt on this technology. Next. We also look at a few cases of blockchain used in the food traceability. Currently, we look at 5 cases. Blockchain used in the crop here. You can see the photo, and we will see in the tea production and traceability, and also we working one in vegetable, one in fruit. But I don't have time to go to each of these cases. But our current study is it's huge difficult challenge to use blockchain in using food traceability because when they come small farmers and when the marketing monitoring regulation was difficult to enforce. Next. And then we also see the digital technology has been initially used in finance and sector, but nearly all our projects at the pilot stage, and how to use a big database can use in digital finance. We see there are still quite big challenges. Next. One of the other interesting case I see is the most important case is we do see e-commerce can help farmers to increase their income. Could you press once 3 times? Here is a great one, and I show you the study we did in Shandong. Farmer use e-commerce to selling their apple. You see the grade one apple. If they selling in online, the price is 2.9 yuan per kg. A non-commercial or non-e-commercial is 1.28. But of course, the cost of marketing also much higher in e-commerce. Could you press one more time? But interesting is even the high cost of marketing costs for e-commerce, farmer get a much bigger margin. The difference is 0.81 minus 0.52. It's 0.29 yuan, and this is equivalent to 1.28 offline price, 23% of this price. And we know farmers they produce apple, the probability they can earn profit, probably only 10 or 20% of our price. And then if they selling e-commerce, they can gain additional 23 more or benefit of the price. And this is huge impact on farmers. Next. Yeah. And we also see they can gain much more from if the high quality, high value product. Of course, this product farmer if produce grain production, cotton, and under big bulk commodity, they can sell in the online. Next. And when we look at the issue is that when we look at when they selling the product online, And here, I think study we did a Zhejiang in Shandong, and the farmer is selling apple each 1 hour. We wiki. And the interesting is that we have seen a significant increase in platform, but farmer indeed they are not selling in platform. They are selling in WeChat. Put it one more time, please. Yeah. For us, farmer really benefit from WeChat, very simple technology, and really platform. Who are selling in platform? Of course, they are company, they are businessmen, not farmer. Next. And we also look at who are selling this product. And this is interesting. We found that this technology includes female and gender inclusive. Female selling more in online than male. But we also see the less educated people, less young people again more than old people more. And we also see the small farmer less behind it, a big farmer and they have more opportunity to access this market. Next, and more importantly is that we see many stories. I think you also from today tomorrow heard many stories on China, maybe the emerging our e-commerce, emerging our Taobao village. Yes, the Taobao village is emerging, but how much? It's only about a point. It's about 1%, even less than 1% of China total village. And we heard about the increasing when our share of agriculture online, and now it's more than 10% agricultural product directly in online. Please next one, put one more time. And based on our 8 province surveys, yes, e-commerce selling farmers engaged in 2016 is less than 1%, and last year it's 2020 e-commerce farmer is about 2% farmer engaged. And of them, it's only 1% or half of them selling a agricultural product. But this raises many questions. We see significant emerging of e-commerce or emerging online sale of agricultural product. But how many farmers are gaining from here? Very, very little, very little. If I would say if we have big pie here, you create a pie for 1%, 100% pie farmer may only get a few percent after. And we hear huge investment, government, private sector, who are gaining. Majority gain is not farmer. Next, please. And we also do digital in-text development all of province, all of county in China. And here, basically, I show you, yes, there's emerging of digital technology, including Taobao village, but it's not all China or many in rich area, coastal area, and rise plus a couple of times. Please press. And all of these figures, I'm not going to detail, so it's emerging technology and emerging using a cartoon area, but it's much far from inclusive. More developed and region, more developed farmer they able to adopt technology. But we were planning to use this technology to help remote people in remote area, but indeed at the end they make a more problem in dividing our development. Next, please. This is the other couple of our studies show the digital development in the digitalized economy by county level. Also, the results they are quite large variation among regions. And the important thing here is we do found that a high development area on digital technology, digital village, they place also high economic development area, and so economic development is consistent level is consistent with digital development utilization in rural area. Next.
Yeah, Dr. Huang, you still have, yeah, you have the 2 more minutes. Yeah,
it's finishing. So let me conclude my my talk. I think we have presented their potential role of using digital technology and cultural influential trend development. We see the substantial effort have been made by government and the private sector in past decades, and results are really mixed. We need more effort in policy, and this policy should be made on the pathway of digital and cultural development. We need to know what we need now 5 years later, 10 years later. We need to develop more appropriate digital technology for digital agriculture and for the value chain. Agriculture is very different from industries. And we need much more inclusive development between regions and among farmers in similar region. Of course, we need more empirical studies. Like from today's introduction, we see there are many empirical studies. I hope also a more regular look at empirical studies to show a true demand of farmer. I just came from we found Shandong last night. I have 100 interviewers in Shandong. One of the biggest survey is to know what farmer really demand, what cost of benefit and real role of digital technology in agricultural development in short run and long run. Last but not least, what enable and constraint for rapid inclusive digital agricultural development. Thank you very much. I will end here. Bye bye. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ji Kun. Very insightful presentation. I like your comments. The investment by government and the private sector definitely demonstrate the potential for digital agriculture, creating a resilient food system. But we can see from Ji Kun's presentation, results quite mixed. This in terms of inclusiveness, in terms of making farmer benefit more from the process. Of course, more study, more research in this area needed to develop their solutions. With this, as I just indicated in the chat box, if you have any questions, just put in the chat box, or you can just raise your hand. We have the 10 minutes for open discussions. Let me pause here. Any questions? Danny, go ahead.
Yeah, Professor Ji Kun, I think this was a very brilliant presentation, and it was great to know how China had made it into a big success. I think, yeah, digitalization is something that can transform the rural economy completely. And but then, like when I looked at your slide, I saw that it's concentrated on one side, the digitalization and the economic development. So is it the economic development that is driving the digitalizations, or digitalization is driving the rural development? What are your thoughts? And how other countries, like other developing countries in Asia, like India, Indonesia, or Cambodia, and other countries can actually learn from Chinese lessons on digitalizations and agriculture growth? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I need to very good question. my comment or reply to your first question is agricultural digital technology driving agricultural development or agricultural development driving digital technology. I think my question quite mixed. My main concern is for those making digital agricultural development plan and for private sector government, I don't think they know well what agricultural demand for digital technology. Digital technology, and in a huge investment subsidy goes to this area from central government, local government, from private sector. But at the end, I do not see much this pilot program can be successful. They probably many of them will be ended up by the project were ended. So that's why on my conclusion remark, and also my current, I said 100% right now in Shandong province doing service. We really need to look at what farmer you demand of technology, what are challenges of agriculture and farmer in the production, what are solutions now, then what digital technology can help this solution become better solution, better solve farming problem. I think if in that sense, we think any planning committee, any kind of action plan, first really need to understand what the agricultural demand for digital technology. And then I also see many company in the bank, they develop very fancy app. They call it digital technology plus agriculture. but never work. But because you cannot use digital plus agriculture, you should use agriculture plus digital technology. That can work because agriculture is so different. It's different from one village to the other village to one problem, different another problem. We have to start from agriculture. Then, based on agriculture, what we would need technology, and then you add the technology. In Chinese, I said that you cannot use 农业加数据技术。We need 数据技术加农业，we need 农业加数据技术，不能用数据技术加农业。So agriculture plus digital technology, that is the way to go. And we need to find where really needed. And the second is the most important is we need really to see who are benefiting the technology. Of course, the technology can benefit someone in the as a development. We need more consider farmer, small farmer. Thank you.
Yeah, when we continue collected the questions from the floor, I also saw a number of the colleagues also posed questions on the chat box. Two questions to Ji-Kun. One is what will be the effects on rural development such as a safe employment, wage employment, and also the wage rate. I think this is a very much associated with the inclusiveness, how we can use a digital technology to benefit the farmers. This is the number one. Number two, very specifically, audiences ask, what are the most practical digital technology now using the Philippines agriculture? Since you are staying in Philippines for some time, many years ago, probably you also have the observations. So this is two questions. Okay.
Okay. For first question, if we need to relate to digital technology, and indeed this is also issue I'm working on. We see a digital technology created job for those e-commerce farmer, but we also see the digital technology really reduce number of people working in the wholesale, in the retail. So we are tracking this impact, see how the marketing chain, how much improvement created by digital technology for agriculture, and then we also look at how much really replacing other people who also most in offline, in wholesale market, in retail market. I think what the answer for I'm not sure. I think that should be really more empirical, start to see in whole chain how digital technology create, how much replace under work. But I do see they're going to replace those people with less education, which they replace older people with a less educated people, and that's I said more inclusive. I think on practical digital technology in Philippines, I think most important we need really training farmers at the village. We need improve the capacity in early stage of development. Even if left behind in first stage or for a few years of development, they will be behind forever. So capacity building is very important, and then needs should be have equal important investment private in priority. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ji-Kun. Very good answer. Now, the question related to Philippines, where you have any observation before we take another one?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Oh yeah. I haven't heard your last sentence somehow.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Audiences ask you, since you are in Philippines for some time, they ask you whether you have any observations, practical digital technology using the Philippines agriculture so far.
Okay, I think I just answered half on that. I said important first training farmer that improve capacity is very first the most important. Second, so far I do not see much appropriate technology can be used by farmers so far. In terms of production, I see quite a lot of in the marketing one, but I mentioned that marketing now is not by farmer only a few percent of farmer on that. We need training them so that more farmers can engage. But in the production, I don't think there's very few technology can really use it in agriculture or agriculture. Even in China, I don't see much successful case when they cannot survive without subsidy. Only with that subsidy can diffuse user farmer is strong service, strong use in the plant protection. And again, but strong the purchasing strong need more than 1/3 of subsidy of government, and then they can operate at the economy between case. Okay. So in some again, we still need including Philippines and in China, in many countries, we really need a good technology which really can use in agriculture.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chi-Kun. This is a very valid answer. I saw is one more question before we close this session. Of course, this a session. This question is I try to understand that what she asking the audience asking how to promote and also link the digital technology with the agriculture, and also link the small farmers to the big market under the developing countries. I think this is a question is quite broad, but anyway, I think Chi-Kun, if you have any observations, just go ahead to share with the audiences.
Yes, I think we talk on this somehow already, but I need to make a brief. One more point here. Any country, including developing country, we need first need to study from ask a question what we demand for the technology. This is very important, not only for developed country or for developing country. If we don't know what we are demanding for technology in each village in different country, and investment will be I would also waste, but in return to this investment, if you very well know, they were never going to use by farmer. They were only doing the project to develop appropriate technology. They can using it agriculture and can adopt by farmer is very important. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chi-Kun. I think we close it to end of this session, but same time we also say another questions. Probably you can drop your answer through the chat box. This question is about what the main barriers for the digital technologies application in the agricultural sector. I think you already mentioned the number of them, but again, I think I don't think we have the time to have this online discussions, but you just drop your answer through the chat box. Is that okay with you, Dr. Huang?
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Huang. Chi-Kun, I think you are made a great presentation, particularly discuss about the current investment from the government, private sector in digital agriculture. At the same time, you also discuss about the kind of mixed result, particularly in terms of the inclusiveness, in terms of how we can generate the greater social impact. So again, I thank you so much. I think we just ended this kilo session. Let's move on. Today we have we received the 5 papers in this area. So each of paper we will allocate about 35 minutes, including the presentation, and then we are involved discuss it, panel discussions, and then after that is open for the questions and answers. So let's start from the first paper. The first paper we receive is impact of the internet usage on the social well-being and also the social mobility of the rural and urban households. And also this is a very much focus on the study in Vietnam. There are some evidence study from the Vietnam. We have our also our presenter is Dr. Liang Wan Qi. She is a PhD student at the College of Economics and also Management, Hangzhou Agricultural University from China. And then we gave her about 50 minutes for the presentations. And then after that, we will invite Professor Chen Xu, professor of the College of the Economics and Management, China Agricultural University, China. And then from Beijing, give a few minutes observations. And then from there, we are open for discussions. So now, floor is yours, Dr. Liang. Dr. Liang, are you there?
Hey, Mr. I'm here. Do I need to open my camera?
Yeah, can you start your presentation?
Okay. Okay, so everyone can see my screen, right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, hey everybody, my name is Wan Liang, a PhD student from Hua Agricultural University. So it's my great honor today to present our paper, Impact of Internet Usage on the Subjective Well-being and Subjective Social Mobility of Urban and Rural Households, Evidence from Vietnam. And my co-author of this paper is Dr. Wayne Li from Auburn University. So in the first part, I will give a brief introduction why we're doing this study. The reason why we focus on Vietnam is because that the internet users in Vietnam has been growing rapidly during the last decade. From 2010 to 2020, internet usage has grown by an average of about 18.5% per year. And the internet users has accounting for 72% of Vietnam's population to the date of January 2021. So the internet has changed Vietnam's lifestyle. We shall see here as below two figures. On average, the Vietnam spent almost 7 hours on internet and 2 hours, 21 minutes on the social media. This number is slightly lower than the global level, but it's clearly higher than other Asian countries, for example, like South Korea, China, and Japan. So there is a lot of papers and literature focus on the important role of internet usage in the objective aspect of well-being, such as increasing income and increasing income diversification. However, few studies focus on the subjective well-being, which has been shown to be essential in promoting individuals' health, work performance, and like social behaviors. It's also becoming an important indicator for national economic measurement. Many countries like the UK, the US, and Canada has included subjective well-being as an important indicator and complement for other economic measures. Actually, the internet usage behavior might impact subjective well-being in two ways. In the first aspect, the internet facilitates users accessing information, enable users to access more opportunities and increasing their income. Thus, in this aspect, using internet could increase people's subjective well-being. However, on the other hand, the internet could allow users to easily compare their life with each other. For example, for a person who lives in village and he does not use internet, he only needs to compare his life with his neighbors. And he might say, okay, my life is okay. But if he uses internet and he could easier compare his life with huge population, and in this aspect, using internet could reduce his subjective well-being. So, given these two reasons, the impact of internet usage on subjective well-being remains unclear, and it depends on whether this first aspect dominates the second one. Thus, our study focused on 3 research questions. The first one is the causal impact of internet usage on subjective well-being and subjective social mobility in Vietnam. More detailed, we look at the potential heterogeneous effect of internet usage behavior across rural residents and urban residents. And the third one is that the potential heterogeneous effect of internet usage behavior across different kinds of people. So, by studying these 3 questions, we shall not only know the effect of internet usage, but also know better understanding that which kind of people will benefit more from using the internet. So in the first part, I will introduce our analytical framework. So the problem in estimating the average treatment effect of internet usage on subjective well-being is that people's decision to use the internet is affected by their individual factors and household factors. Thus, the average treatment effect should contains 2 parts. The first part is the average where is my mouse? Okay, so the first part is that the average treatment effect on the treated, that is, if both the treated group and the untreated group use internet. And the second one is that the average treatment effect on untreated, that is the pre-existing difference between the internet user group and the non-internet user group. That often we call it the selection bias. Thus, to reduce this kind of selection bias, this paper we used a propensity score matching method to correct this selection bias. The basic idea of propensity score matching is that we first simplify individuals' demographic characteristics into a simple index and then pair people with the same index. And then after this kind of matching, we could get the unbiased result. So firstly, we to get the propensity scores, we apply the logic model. So here the EI represent the propensity score, and DI here is the individual's decision on whether to use the internet, and XI is a vector of individuals' demographic characteristics. And so actually the EI represents given people's individual characteristics and their household characteristics, their likelihood to use the internet. So after we get the propensity score, we match subject accordingly, and after matching, the average treatment effect on the treated could estimate it as the below equation. So another problem rises is that after we get the propensity scores, is that we need to decide how similar persons should be to compare with each other.
5 minutes, 5 more minutes.
Okay. So we applied 2 routines to match the samples, the key nearest neighbor matching and radius matching. So let's move to the data part. This study used the data comes from the Vietnam 2015 household registration study. It contains detailed demographic characteristics and people's internet usage behavior, and this study covers 5,000 household samples. So in this page, I will introduce our variables. The independent, and we focus on 3 main dependent variables. The current subjective well-being and future subjective well-being are measured by the Quechua self-anchoring driver scale, and subjective social mobility, which we measured here, is the difference between future and current. So this page shows the descriptive statistics. And we shall see here that almost all variables are statistically different between the internet user and non-internet users. This means that self-selection bias exists. So the first result shows the logic model represents which kind of people are less likely or which kind of people are more likely to use the internet. We'll talk it later. So in the main result part, first we analyze the full sample. This page shows the balance test. After matching all the variables are balanced perfectly. So the main result part, the analysis for the full sample show that access to the internet increased people's rating on current subjective well-being and future subjective well-being. So the second and third columns show the result. The internet users' current subjective well-being are about 7.64% higher than the non-internet users. And compared with the non-internet users, the internet users' future subjective well-being are about 6.98% higher. So, however, the internet accessibility does not impact subjective social mobility. And after that, we separate our sample into rural sample and rural urban sample. So the internet usage behavior almost have the same impact pattern on subjective well-being and subjective social mobility for rural and urban households. However, one thing worth noting here is that the internet usage behavior have a higher impact on future subjective well-being for the rural household. And in the third part, we analyze the heterogeneous treatment effect across propensity scores. And this curve is the heterogeneous effect curve of internet usage behavior on current subjective well-being. We shall see here is a slightly reverse U-shape. And the treatment effect is higher in the 0.2 to 0.4 range. And this curve is the heterogeneous effect curve of internet usage on future subjective well-being. We shall also see here this effect size is decreased among all propensity scores and almost disappear when the propensity scores reach 1. So the two results together show that households less likely to access the internet will benefit more from using the internet. So let's recall to the first result, which kind of people are less likely to use the internet. Which also here the green box show, so something worth noting is that people who live in rural area and does not have a permanent registration and has lower income, they are less likely to use the internet. Okay, to conclude this study explore the positive relationship between internet usage behavior and individual subjective well-being in Vietnam. And more detailed, our results show that households less likely to use the internet, especially households who live in the rural areas, will benefit more from the internet. So our research suggests that policymakers should take further policy action to have more people access to the internet. And moreover, given a limited budget, the policymakers should consider the rural households in the first. So that's all my presentation. Thank you so much, and looking forward for your comments and suggestions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liang. You are very timely deliver a very good presentation. Now let's invite Professor Tian from China Agricultural University provide his observations. Professor Tian, floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang, and thank you, Dr. Liang, for your interesting presentation. So let me share my, screen. Okay, can you see my screen now?
No, from my side, no.
Not yet. Okay, let me take a look.
Not from our side. Yeah.
How about this? Okay,
Yeah,
great. First, I think it's a very interesting topic, and the paper is well structured, and the logic is also quite clear. I did see a lot of work in China, but I didn't see too much work in other developing countries. So in general, I think the paper is good. And maybe first I'll give a brief summary of the paper, the key findings. So first, the aim, everyone knows, examine the impact of internet uses on subjective well-being and subjective social mobility in Vietnam. And the three key findings. The first, they found that internet uses increase both current and future subjective social well-beings significantly, around 7%. And second main finding is that the internet uses has a larger impact on future subjective well-being in rural households than their urban counterparts. And the last one is that they found that internet uses has no significant impact on subjective social mobilities. So basically in this paper, they have the outcome level are two, which are a little bit different from what we usually use in empirical studies. The first one is subjective well-being. The second one is subjective social mobility. Just simply present the definition here to remind readers. Okay, now let's go to my comments. Here I have three major comments and some minor comments. The first one is regarding the endogeneity issues. This paper applied propensity score matching to deal with the self-selection bias. But the problem is that I think in such kind of studies, the endogeneity not only comes from self-selection, but may also come from mutual causality. For instance, the internet use may increase income, as I just mentioned, right? Where income is also one dimension of subjective well-beings. So on the other hand, the income can also affect whether household has access to internet. So in that case, there may be the mutual causality in your functions. So it's better if you can use other methods to deal with the endogeneity bias so that you can test the robustness of your findings. The second one is that there's no mechanism has been tested. At the beginning of your paper, in the introduction section, actually you mentioned two potential mechanisms. First one is people may use internet to access more information, which may affect their subjective well-being. The second one is they can compare with peers via internet. So in that case, if you do have data, it's better if you can test at least some mechanism. Then in that case, it will deepen our understanding of the causality between internet access and subjective well-being and subjective social mobility. And the last one is that you find a smaller impact on future subjective well-being in urban areas, which I think was further investigation. And you also mentioned that there may exist a decreasing return of subjective well-being to internet use. Then I think this is a very important finding. And I think you should provide more solid evidence to support your findings or claimant. So I suggest you can draw non-parametric figures to show the relationship between the ATTs, the effects you found, and the regional internet penetration. Then you can see whether there's real decreasing in terms of subjective well-being to internet users. And now I would like to present several minor comments. The first one, I want to know whether you also collect any information of the proposal of connecting to internet. Then if you do connect additional information, I think you can conduct some heterogeneity analysis by the proposal of using internet. The second one is, do you also ask the respondents about which instruments are used to connect the internet? Do they use laptop, computer, cell phone, or whatever? So I think the instruments may also affect the ATT. Then you can also do some heterogeneity analysis by the instruments used to connect the internet. And also there may be some missing variables in the first stage function, the logic function before the matching, right? For instance, determinants of internet use. For instance, I don't know the case in Vietnam, but in China, you know that if we have more square age children in the family, especially is more likely to connect to internet, particularly in the rural areas, right? Then in that case, there may be some missing, there may be some endogeneity issues caused by missing variables. And the fourth comment is that the manuscript that I received figures are too small to be readable. So please make them larger so that we can clearly read your figures. And the last one is, I think there's too much introduction of the propensity score matching method in the manuscript, but actually the introduction of propensity score matching somehow is well known to most researchers in economics. So I don't think it's necessary to present them in detail in the manuscript. You can simply delete them. And the sixth comment is that since you have a very big sample size, so it's better if you can compare the characteristic of your sample with the national statistics of Vietnam, so that we can see whether your sample is national representative. And the seventh comment is that table 1 shows that the future subjective well-beings are in general greater than the current subjective well-beings. So that basically means most Vietnamese are optimistic about futures. Then in that case, when you're calculating the subjective social mobility, I think you should remove the growing trend of subjective well-beings in the calculation. Otherwise, the result may be biased. The last comment is that I think it will be interesting to see whether internet access can increase the possibility of having positive subjective well-beings, because according to the definition, positive subjective well-beings means that future things or respondents think the future should be better than current situation. Then I think this has more policy implications for policymakers and also for academic society. So that's all. Back to the chair.
Thank you so much, Professor Tian, for the very insightful comments.
Okay, I'll stop sharing, okay?
Yeah, sure. I saw we already received the number of the comments from the floor, but before we go to the open discussions, I think we still have the 2 minutes for Dr. Liang. Where you have any thoughts how to incorporate Dr. Su's, Dr. Tian's comments? Probably you can quickly respond, and then after that we can take a few questions from the floor. Dr. Liang?
Hey, Professor Tian, thank you so much for your comments. And I noticed here, yeah, actually, sorry, wait a minute. I think that your comments are really informative and really help us to improve our paper. And several comments I can understand is, for example, that yeah, for example, the comments, the second comment is that instruments are used to connect the internet. Is that actually we do have this kind of as we say, people were required to answer which kind of facilities they access in internet. However, based on the previous literature that show that the accessing to which kind of method to accessing internet it doesn't matter to the results. So we removed these variables, and other comments such as includes the number of numbers of school children, and to the introduction of PSM methods. I think they're really good comments. Maybe we can revise our manuscript based on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think I can send my comments to you after the conference.
Okay, that should be great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Su, and also Dr. Tian, and also Dr. Liang. I think your presentation very clearly demonstrate the significant benefit of using digital technology, internet usage on a subject of wellbeing of the rural populations. I also appreciate those comments mentioned by Professor Tian. And sometime now we have the 10 minutes for the open discussions. Now we are collected some comments, questions from the floor already. Probably let's start from the first one. Dr. Liang, the first question is from Raja. He is asking, could you please explain the mechanism why the rural household benefit from the internet? Probably start from here. Dr. Liang, probably can elaborate a little bit more.
Okay, so thank you so much for your comments, Raja. So I think there should be two reasons why the rural household will benefit more from the internet. So first, so I didn't show the table, but actually the rural household has a lower baseline compared with the urban household, and another that means not only in the subjective well-being but also the for example their possibility to enter the job market and the financial inclusion like this. I think the second one is that compared with the urban households, the rural household has lower education level, so they could learn more from the internet and get more information. That's it. I hope this could answer your question.
Yeah, I think probably you can have the offline discussions more with Raja. Another question from the Daddy. His question is about does the ICT usage in the agriculture sector improve the market in structures such as better farmers' bargaining power? Or you have any observation on that?
So thank you, Daly. Our research didn't focus on this farmers' bargaining power, this area, but however, based on my experience in China, I think after farmers using internet, the information will spread more equally. So I think farmers could get more bargaining power and share more benefit from the value chain. But I think yeah, it's a valuable topic for further study. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. I saw they also raised his hand. Probably give the floor to them.
Yeah, Len, it's a very great presentation. I have a questions. Basically, I'm trying to be a little pessimist here, and trying to ask you these questions. Like, for example, if you look at rural households, it's not a homogeneous society. It's a very heterogeneous society. There are people at different levels, economic levels. So somehow, like you didn't do that in your studies. If you have to do study the same thing by different categories, groups of people, and see, do you think that the impact and access to internet service would be same, in the sense that if you look at the households with less than 1 hectares of land, households which have 1 to 5 hectares of land and which are bigger farmers, I think the outcomes are different. So what are your views on that?
Thank you, Rehat. I think it's really interesting question, and a lot. Again, our research didn't focus on this question, but I think yes, the land will definitely have some kind of impact. So I bet big farmers should benefit more from this kind of using internet, since they could access, they are more motivated to access in this to access into the internet and market. So I think it should be included in our future study. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other questions from the floor? Yeah, if not, if I don't receive any further questions, congratulations, Dr. Liang, for your further.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, coordinating, particularly from the with the professor team, seems he provided quite a insightful comments for your paper. I think you can have the offline discussion with him as well. So thank you so much, Professor Tian, as well. So let's move on. Now our second paper is about the internet use and also consumption diversity. Actually, this more study on evidence from rural China. Actually, we have our a presenter is a Dr. Li Junpeng, the lecturer of the School of Economics and Management, Huayin Normal University, a PRC. And then we also have our discussant, Liang Wanqi. Actually, she just made a presentation, so I'm quite familiar with her already. So again, Dr. Li, you have 50 minutes to present your study, and after that, Dr. Liang, you have 10 minutes to make a comment. Floor is yours, Dr. Li.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang. I'll start to share my. Okay, can you see my screens, Professor Zhang?
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, we can see.
Okay, okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Junpeng Li. Come from the School of Economics of Management and Management, Huayin Normal University, Jiangsu Province, and China. It's a great pleasure to be invited to present my new research co-authored with Puneet, Feng, and Julio. My presentation is entitled Internet Use and Consumption Diversity Evidence from Rural China. And my presentation will be proceeded following this category, and let's come to the introduction first. As we all know, China's government is trying to use the internet to fuel economic growth and improve the standard of living in the country. And meanwhile, as people escape poverty, become more aware of products and services, join access to markets and finance, they are more willing to spend more on self-actualization needs than life necessities. In other words, as people escape poverty, they tend to diversify their consumption. And the previous literature has documented that consumption diversity can significantly promote people's subjective and objective well-being. Therefore, analyzing the pathway to promote the consumption diversity is of great significance. Internet use has the potential to diversify people's consumption. For instance, as we will discuss in the following section, the internet use can bring people abundant information on products and services, providing people access to online credits, which thereby promote their consumption diversity. However, there is yet literature that links internet use and with consumption diversity. Then our study tries to investigate whether and to what extent internet use affects consumption diversity. Our study contributes to the literature in two ways. First, this study provides the first attempt to analyze how internet use affects consumption diversity. Second, we apply the endogenous treatment regression model to account for the endogenities associated with internet use. As we all know, internet use can be affected by both observed and unobserved selection bias. Compared with previous econometric strategies such as the PSM model, the RPWRA estimator, the ESR model, and the ETR model can not only address both observed and unobserved endogenities, but also estimate the direct impact of internet use on consumption diversity. Therefore, the ETR model can support us to underscore the correlation between internet use and consumption diversity. To illustrate the association between internet use and consumption diversity, we disentangled a simple conceptual framework as shown in this figure. As we can see, there are multiple pathways through which internet use can affect consumption diversity. The multiple pathways can be categorized into two streams: the promoting pathways and the hindering pathways. For the promoting ones, internet use can promote consumption diversity through providing people with abundant information on products and services, providing people the access to mobile payments platforms such as the famous Alipay used in China, and internet can use also makes online credit available. And for the hindering pathways, internet use can engender conspicuous consumption, which bring people heavy financial burden and thereby decrease their consumption diversity. Meanwhile, internet use can also alert people to negative shopping experience, such as the counterfeiting, fraud, and commercial dispute, which then discourages people to purchase and diversify their consumption. Overall, internet use can exert a mixed effect on consumption diversity. For clarification, we will use rigorous econometric models such as the ETR model to assess the impact of internet use on consumption diversity. As we mentioned about, we use the ETR model to assess the impact of internet use on household consumption diversity. The ETR model contains two stages. The first stage describes people's decision to use internet using a simple probability model. The second stage describes the impact of internet use and other explanatory variables on the consumption diversity. A maximum likelihood approach is employed to estimate these two equations simultaneously. Meanwhile, the maximum likelihood approach also generates the correlation coefficient between the two error terms in these two equations. Significant role suggests the existence of unobserved endogenities associated with internet use, verifying the utility of the ETR model in our empirical analysis. To properly specify the ETR model, our study used the respondent belief about the importance of internet use in acquiring information as an RV. The selected RV captured one's conviction regarding the utility of the internet as an important information acquisition channel. Therefore, the RV can directly affect our treatment variable internet use. However, the selected RV cannot directly affect our outcome variables, only through its impact on internet use. Therefore, theoretically, the internet use is valid. To further confirm the validity of RV, we also conducted a falsification test. The result illustrated in table A2 and A3 suggest that our selected wearable RV is significantly correlated with the in-net use, but not correlated with our outcome wearables. Therefore, we can rely the selected RV to mitigate endogeneity issues associated with in-net use. This study utilized data derived from the 2018 self-test, which conducted by the Peking University in Beijing, China. After the data cleaning, a dataset comprising 5,722 observations on rural households used in our study, out of which 2,215 are internet users. We use a Simpson index to measure consumption diversity, which can be specified as the following equation, where PI refers to the proportion to a specific consumption item to the total household consumption. M refers to the amount of consumption item for a rural household. We also, for the purpose of a robustness check, we also use the channel index to the alternative measure of the consumption diversity. Our treatment variable internet use is defined as a dummy variable, which equals 1 if a rural respondent uses the internet via computers or smartphones or both, and 0 otherwise. We also included a vector of exogenous indicators as controls, such as age, sex, education, marital status, household income, and average education. Table 2 presents the mean values of selected variable for internet users and non-users, and the corresponding mean differences between the two cohorts. As we can see, compared with non-users, internet users tend to have higher Simpson and Shannon indices, and moreover, relative to non-users, internet users tend to be younger, better educated, and tend to earn a high household income, and tend to have car ownership. The finding analysis in table 2 suggests that internet user and non-user suggest that the responding our sample are systematically different between internet using and non-using. However, this finding cannot be referred as the impact of internet use on consumption diversity, as it does not control the impact of control variables. Therefore, we will rely rigorous econometric models such as the ETR model to assess this correlation. Then let's come to our main result derived from the ETR model. The rho, that is a correlation coefficient between the error terms in the two equations of ETR model are significant, suggesting that the existence of unobserved endogeneities. This finding suggests it's reasonable to use the ETR model in our empirical analysis. The results in table 3 suggest that internet use exerting a positive and significant impact on Simpson index, suggesting that internet use can promote people to diversify their consumption, as we discussed about. Internet use can bring people abundant information on products and services, and bridge people to the online credit, which thereby diversify their consumption. To obtain solid understanding of the internet use of the impact of internet use on consumption diversity, we also conduct some disaggregated analysis. Table 4 presents the disaggregated analysis by how the internet is accessed. As we can see, the predicted Simpson index doesn't vary across the categories. So there's no significant in Simpson index.
Technically, you only have 3 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Table 5 presents the disaggregated analysis by income, household size, and average household education. Let's focus on this. The Simpson index is the highest and the lowest among among large and small rural households, and for other categories, there are no significant difference. For the purpose of robustness check, we also estimate the impact of internet use on channel index. The result illustrated in table A4 suggests that internet use exerts a positive and significant impact on channel index. This finding suggests that our main result is robust and reliable. Then let's come to the conclusion and the policymakers. The main conclusion of this study is consumption diversity is positively and associated with internet use. And the disaggregated analysis shows that consumption diversity is the highest and the lowest among large and small households, respectively, for internet users. Our study provides significant implication for policymakers in China to use the internet to promote rural household consumption diversity. According to the positive correlation between internet use and consumption diversity, the China government need to make more effort to popularize the internet use in rural China. More importantly, special attention need to be paid on small and poor rural households, as they are always weak in obtaining internet access and relative services. So that's all of my presentation, and thanks for your time. Okay,
thank you so much,
Dr.
Li. Now I ask the Dr. Liao provide your observations. You have the 10 minutes.
Okay,
Dr. Liao.
Okay, thank you.
Hey everybody, can you see my screen?
Sure. Yeah,
Yes.
just give the full screen. Can you?
Okay. Okay, that's it. So Dr. Li, thank you so much for sharing paper with us. It's really interesting and informative research paper, and provides further understanding about how the internet usage behavior impact consumption diversity in China. And first, I will give a brief summary from my side. So the study uses the 2015 China Family Panel Study survey data, examined the relationship between internet usage behavior and consumption diversity. And instrumental variable based two-stage endogenous treatment regression method has been employed in the analysis and reduce the observable and unobservable biases in the causal inference. So the main result of this study is that the consumption diversity is positively associated with internet usage behavior, regardless of how users access the internet. So here is my So Dr. Wayne Li and I will read your paper, and we have some small questions and suggestions on your papers. So many regards on the measurement of consumption diversity and the selection of instrumental variables. And the first is the measurement. So in your paper, you utilize the Simpson index to measure the consumption diversity. I read lots of papers that use this kind of index to measure like food, nutrition diversity and income diversity. That is good. However, when it moves to the consumption diversity area, when important issue arises is that the Simpson index treated all consumption categories equally. However, from a consumption upgrading perspective, this assumption is not desired. So that's compared with essentials like the food and apartment rent in your study. I think we think that the entertainment stuffs better reflect the consumption upgrading. And the measurement also might lead unsatisfied results. For example, the final result in your paper I showed in these slides is that you show that the central and eastern part has lower consumption diversity compared with the western part. This result is hard to explain, because we all know that the eastern part of China is the most developed part in China, and so it should be has a higher consumption diversity. And this may come from the shortcoming of the Simpson index. For example, a per family may spend 60% on food and 40% on traveling, and the rich family spends 20% on food and 80% on traveling. So in this case, the rich family has lower Simpson index, that is lower consumption diversity. So this is hard to explain the consumption upgrading. So our suggestion is that compared with life essentials like food and apartments, the entertainment stuff should reflect the consumption upgrading. That is, the highest index value should assign to the entertainment where an individual consumes more entertainment stuff. So the paper below gives a modified Simpson index, which the basic idea of the paper is incorporate a component into the Simpson index that is able to reflect the value of consumed food. And the second one is that is the instrumental variable selection. So in your paper, you utilize the ETR model to address the selection bias. That is good. And however, the instrumental variable in your study is that how people's belief about the importance of internet in acquiring information. However, if a people does not use internet, he doesn't even know the importance of internet, So so this variable and the independent variable may interact as both causal and the result. So our suggestion is that maybe other variables may better, such as the internet price in each area and or the internet coverage in that area. So it will connect. I think maybe it's better you could consider that. And we also have some other suggestions which may help your readers to better understand your work, because it's not all in Chinese read your paper, and also other readers from other countries, they also read your paper. So I think these suggestions may better help them to read your paper. For example, the first one is that a map or detailed explanation is needed to tell reader which provinces are included in the West, Middle, and eastern part, and moreover, it's interesting to know the how the internet, the difference between the internet impact on different kind of areas, and so the second suggestion is that further analysis may be conducted to compare the impact of internet usage on consumption diversity across different kind of regions. And the third one is that some kind of your measures is not so much clear expressed in your paper. For example, I show here like the risk averse. We don't know how did you measure people's risk attitude. I think generally, I think they're all small suggestions. So generally, your paper is really good. I really enjoyed when we read your papers. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yang. Now, Dr. Lee, where you want to quickly respond, how you're going to incorporate these comments, and then we can open for discussions.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang, and thanks for Liang's constructive advices. For your first suggestion, Simpson treated all consumption items equally. That's true. That's a good suggestion. And we choose the Simpson index includes Shannon index because two reasons. First is these two indices are easy to calculate, and the second is data. For the data available reason, you know, there are some indicated we want to use are not available in the 2018 CFPS data. And for your second suggestion, you mentioned there are three location dummies in our explanatory variables. I believe you may receive the original version of our paper. You know, we have added some the provincial dummies in our latest version of the paper. So the weird finding does not exist anymore. For your third suggestion, sorry, I didn't catch your, I didn't remember your third suggestion. So let's move to fourth. Are we in that usage? The issue of in that are we? Yes, that's a good advice. Maybe are we exist that disadvantages that may be correlated with the outcome variables. As you know, it's a very difficult task to find a suitable RV in the empirical analysis. And so we choose RV that the respondent believes the in-net use is the vital channel for information acquisition. And we also conduct the falsification test to confirm the validity of the RV. So we believe the RV we choose is reasonable and reliable in our empirical analysis. And for your fifth advice, the measure of risk worse in the questionnaire of CFPS in 2018. I don't remember the exact expression of this question. Maybe it's like, do you want to take a risk to make more money or something like this? And the for your sixth advice, the risk, cross different regions, because we now at yeah, this is a very good advice. We will do some do more and disagreed analysis by the category of regional variables. So that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Dr. Lee and Dr. Liang, I think you guys can have the offline discussions. and further compare the notes. And Dr. Lee, I hope you can also further incorporate those comments. Now, we saw we received a number of the comments from the floor already. At the same time, if you guys have questions, you want to raise your hand, and also you want to come to the stage to speak to the presenter and also discuss it, just feel free to do so. Now let's start the first questions. The first question, Dr. Lee, is why is China's policy on allowing foreign internet companies to provide the internet services for the rural populations? Dr. Lee, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhang, and thanks, Daniel. This is a good question, but this question is political sensitive. And to be honest, as I know, there's rare foreign internet companies to provide internet services in China now. So, Professor Zhang?
Yeah, I saw the also Daniel Rahul also raised a hand. Rahul, question,
thank you, Jim-Pen. It's a very interesting presentation. But building on to what our discussion had said, I'd like to ask you, like, if you look at you're talking about consumption diversity, right? I don't know why consumption diversity is very important. The reason is because I think more than the consumption diversity, what as a development economist, what I would be interested is what they are consuming. You know, if they are consuming something that's valuable, that's nutritious, then that makes sense. So I think, do you think that your study will allow you to separate between, like, you know, confiscate consumptions or otherwise? That's one. And second one is, I think in your paper, if you can really, like, you know, put in like how you actually, what is risks, you know, how is it estimated in your model? If you can put that would be very helpful. So just to echo what our discussion.
Sorry, I didn't catch your last sentence because the voice disappeared.
No, sorry, I was saying that maybe it would be nice to take into account the risks. You know, I mean, like clearly mentioned in your paper, what risks actually means in your paper.
Yeah.
How is it generated?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Rahad. Thank you for your constructive suggestions. For your first suggestion, the importance of consumption diversity. In my own view, of course, it's important to analyze the impact of internet use on some life necessities, such as nutrition, such as food, such as education. However, as I mentioned in our introduction, in China, as people escape poverty, they are more willing to enjoy more products and more services. For example, in China, more and more females want to spend more on cosmetic products and services, and as we all know, in the during the past 10 or 20 years, more and more people want to have their own vehicles. So that's a trend of consumption diversity, and as we observed in China, the people, and it's also documented in previous literatures, when people purchase more items in their daily life, they are more likely to become happier and satisfied with their life. So consumption diversity is an important dimension of rural residents' subjective or objective welfare. So that's why we want to conduct this empirical study to assess the impact of internet use on consumption diversity. And for your second question, the measure of risk attitude or risk averse attitude in our empirical model. It's supposed to be too general, but in the questionnaire of 2015 CRPS, it doesn't provide us more details about the measure of risk averse. So we can just marry it as the dummy variable risk averse or not. Okay. Ms. Rahat.
Yeah, thank you so much. I saw the Lavin also raise a hand. Lavin, floor is yours.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Ching-Feng. So I think this is a very interesting paper. I think as others mentioned, Dr. Lee, I think from a point of nutrition security, which is very important for Asia Pacific, this is kind of interesting because if internet usage kind of increases consumption diversity, it creates a new pathway for influencing nutrition, and the food varieties that people consume. So it would be interesting to know how exactly internet usage is influencing diversity. So is it, for example, is it the social media based advertising or click based advertising that's actually influencing the consumption patterns? So that maybe this is all for future studies. I'm just giving some thoughts. So I think that would be very interesting to know. And also, as others pointed out, kind of separating the consumption diversity to food and non-food related would be also interesting because that again kind of supports the mission of ADB, where we are looking at nutrition related aspects as well. So that's one thing. A few aspects on the analysis itself, and that is on the dependency ratio. You have right now combined anything less than 14 years and greater than 64 years into one variable, right? And I think it would be good to conduct future studies where you separate those two, because again, from a nutrition point of view, lactating mothers, pregnant mothers, and older people, they have different patterns and different consumption requirements. So it would be good to, I think that will be a very good, strong influencing variable in your analysis. That's another thing. And last but not the least, the gender balance in the family. So maybe I missed it, but I think I don't see a variable that captures the gender balance in the family. So number of female to male. I think that variable also might be very interesting because again, that also has a role to play. Yeah, so other than that, it's a very interesting paper that can possibly lead to new ways to improve nutrition security in the long run. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, thanks for your suggestion. And to be honest, I didn't catch all of your suggestions. I want to answer one of your concerns is the balance of the the household members between female and males. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good suggestion. We will introduce control variable representing the proportion of females in the household to re-estimate the impact of internet use on also the consumption diversity.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Lee. I think, Lavin, if you can, probably you have the offline discussion with Dr. Lee. I think a number of your comments are quite useful. Now we will come to the end of this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Lee, Dr. Liang, for your very insightful presentation. Of course, Dr. Liang, you also offer very important comments on this paper. This paper is about the employment in the fingertips. How does the internet use affect the non-farm employment quality? Our presenter is Dr. Li Fanyu, also the PhD candidate, College of Economics and Management. Again, is Huazhong Agricultural University from China. And also the discussant is Professor Tian Xiaohui, also a School of the Agricultural Economics and Rural Development, Renmin University. And now, Dr. Ni, floor is yours.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Okay. Good morning. I'm not Fan Lueli. I'm Hao Wang. Coming from Huazhong Agricultural University. Mr. Fan Lueli was unable to attend the meeting due to a temporary matter, so he entrusted me to report on his behalf. So it's my pleasure to report this research. Next, I will report on his research in the following 5 areas. As the largest developing countries in the world, with fast-paced urbanization development, China has seen an increasing numbers of rural labor shifted to non-farm employment, and the income structure of rural household has changed dramatically. However, rural laborers face great pressure in the employment market and have difficulty in obtaining high quality employment due to generally low education level, lack of vocational skills, and the restriction of the hukou system. Studies have found that non-farm employment of rural neighborhood often suffers from low wages, long labor hours, lack of welfare, poor job security, and handed career development out. There are several studies that has discussed the contributing factors to the non-farm employment quality, including job displacement, institutional factors, parental work status, gender. However, few scholars have focused on the effect of internet use on the non-farm employment quality. According to China Internet Network Information Center 2020, the internet has grown immensely in China. In this context, China attached considerable importance to the role of internet use in promoting people's employment. Moreover, the effect of internet use on employment has received widespread attention from academics. However, most of these studies focus only on the effect of internet use on non-farm employment opportunities, but less focus on the quality. As a key component of the new infrastructure, the internet has already been an important tool for public to obtain employment information and find jobs. Internet use can reduce the cost of obtaining employment information, improve employment efficiency and wages. It means that internet use may help improve people's access to quality work. In fact, several similar studies has examined the effect of other infrastructure construction on the employment quality of the workforce. However, unlike other infrastructure constructions, the internet is a product of a new global technology revolution, and the essence is to connect everything. And so it is more flexible, interactive, and can be integrated with our works and life. The internet can have a more direct effect to access a high quality non-farm employment for rural labor than our infrastructure development. From this research, we attempted to answer the following 3 questions. First, and does internet use have an effect on the non-farm employment quality of rural laborers? If so, what are the potential mechanism and the pathway for the effect? Second, for different types of rural labor, are there difference in the effect of internet use on their non-farm employment quality? Third, do different ways of internet use has diverse effects on the non-farm employment quality of rural laborers? Part 2, the theoretical analysis. The internet has greatly changed the way people work and live, and has had a profound profound influence on the work field. For example, the label first is able to learn about various information and communication more easily with others through the internet, which will help them accumulate human and social capital. Meanwhile, human capital and social capital are important factors that affect the employment quality of the labor force. We use data from China Family Panel studies 2014 and 2016. We use a multi-dimensional employment quality index to measure the non-farm employment quality, including salary level, work intensity, employment stability, and work welfare. The core independent variable is internet use. The variable was defined based on the question, do you go online? If yes, the variable is assigned to 1. Others assigned to 0. From this table, a positive correlation can be tentatively found between internet use and the quality of non-farm employment of the rural labor force. Mediating variable, including human capital and the social capital. Control variable, including individual characteristics, family characteristics, and work organization characteristics. We use OLS model in the benchmark regression. To test the mediation effect, our study applied the mediation effect model proposed by these 2 scholars. From this result, internet use indicated that for rural workforce who use the internet, their non-farm employment quality scores and on average 3.755 points higher than those of rural workforce who does not use the internet. And believe that there is a high quality of endogeneity problem in the benchmark regression, and the selection of suitable instrument variable is often as an effective way to mitigate the problem. Accordingly, we try to find the instrumental variable of internet use and estimate it using 2 SLS. We select the average proportion of internet access at the respondents district level as an IV. The reason for choosing this
have the 5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. The reason for choosing this instrumental variable is that a higher proportion of internet use usually implies that a district had a more complete internet infrastructure, and thus has a positive relationship with the probability of internet use among rural workforce. Meanwhile, the proportion of internet use district is not directly related to the non-farm employment quality of rural workforce. From this result, the value of internet use is significantly positive, indicated that the instrumental variable selection is valid. From the result of the second stage, internet use helps rural workforce to obtain high quality of no farmer employment. Okay, this fact F statistic is greater than 10. In order to ensure the robustness of the results, we adopted four methods such as installation, dependent variable, substitution, mitigating selection bias, and replacement database test. To conduct a robustness test, the result all show that internet use significantly improve the non-farmer employment quality of rural resident rural Next, we tested the mediation. Next, we tested the mediation role of human and social capital in the effect of internet use on the non-farm employment quality. It's easy to find that both human capital and social capital play a significant positive role on non-farm employment quality. And internet use also has a significant positive effect on human capital and social capital. We also explore the very effect of internet use on the non-farm employment quality across different types of rural workforce. From the result, the non-farm employment quality is likely to be higher if they have internet use for both the local employment, local and migrant workers group. However, the coefficient of internet interaction term is not significant, indicating that the effect of internet use on non-farm employment quality does not differ significantly between the two groups. Further, we also discussed the possible impact of generational difference on the relationship between internet use and non-farm employment quality. It is now difficult to find that the generation significant positive. The generation are significant positive. Meanwhile, the coefficient of the internet interaction term is significantly negative, indicated that the effect of internet use on the non-farm employment quality is stronger for the old generation. Finally, we discussed the effect of internet use patterns. We intend to explore the three aspects of frequency of internet use for learning.
You have the 1 more minute.
Okay, for socialization. From this table, rural workforce tend to have a higher non-farm employment quality if we spend more time on using the internet to learn and work. Okay, we found the following four main findings. First, we found that internet use has a significant positive impact on non-farm employment quality. And second, internet use can help the rural workforce obtain high quality non-farm employment by promoting the human capital and the social capital accumulation. Third, the effect of internet use on the non-farm employment quality is significant positive for both local and migrant rural laborers, but there's no significant difference between the two. The older generations of the rural workforce is more likely to be influenced by internet use to obtain high quality non-farm employment. First, rural workforce will higher in internet learning and working frequently tend to have higher quality employment. Okay, thank you. I'm very glad to here today to share the thoughts with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Li. And then Professor Tian, I floor yours. Can you quickly provide your comments?
Can you hear me clearly?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. This is Xiaohui Tian from Renmin University of China. Here is my comments on this paper. first, I want to say I'm really not expert in this field, so this is only my personal opinion, just for what it's worth. This paper, overview of the paper, so this paper examines the effects of internet use on the non-farm employment quality of rural labor based on the data from CFPS over the period of 2014-2016. So the key findings can be summarized in the three points. First, internet use helps rural residents accumulate human and social capital, and this is as the author states, a key mechanism of how internet influences non-farm employment quality. Secondly, rural workers who use the internet to learn and work more frequently tend to have higher quality of non-farm employment. And thirdly, compared with the younger generation, the older generation is more likely to be influenced by the internet in non-farm employment. So I think I really like the topic of this paper, and the paper have the following three highlights or credits, I think, which is to be worth noting. And the first is the topics, absolutely a very important topic. The use of internet has fundamentally changed in the past decades how rural residents can access information in China and other developing countries. And secondly, non-farm employment income is a very important, a key component to increase farmers' income in developing countries in the process of urbanization and also in the process of rural vitalization, because the income increase potential from agricultural production is very limited. So non-farm income employment source is a very important component to be for policy analysis and for academic studies. And for example, in China, right now, the proportion of non-farm income constitutes about a half of farmers' total income on average in China. And in terms of the key measurement in the paper innovatively constructs an index of employment quality to better portray the changes in employment status of farmers. And in terms of casual inference, the paper conducted several basin checks to address the issue of endogeneity. So here I have four major comments and several minor comments. My first comment is concerned with the construction of the dependent variable. Since you use an index rather than an absolute variable as the key dependent variable, you need to convince that the way to compute the index is not a factor driving the result. So this can be done in two parts. In the methodology part, you need to explain more carefully how you allocate which on the variables composing the employment quality index. And secondly, in the result part, you need to explain how the variables composing the index are influencing the result. And the way you allocate this is not a driving factor to change your result. So the second comment is concerned with the issue of endogeneity. Absolutely, you are aware of the endogeneity issue and you conduct several basin checks also, as well as you use instrument variable to deal with the issue of the possibility of reverse causality. But since you use the major IV you use is the proportion of internet use in the studied region, this IV is highly correlated with economic conditions. For example, if the region is with better economic conditions, the proportion of internet use is very likely to be higher compared with other regions. So this could affect the non-farm employment conditions as well. It is recommended that you think about some more convincing instrument variables such as exogenous infrastructure shocks in the internet use, and you maybe match some other data sources into your data source. This could highly improve the credibility of the result, especially the causality inference. And third comment is about your fixed effects. In the empirical paper, the model right now include province and the year fixed effect. So this is actually individual level data and the panel data. And it's quite interesting why you use province fixed effect rather than individual fixed effect, because this cannot absorb the time invariant individual differences characteristic among people. So it's highly recommended that you use individual fixed effect. You include individual fixed effect in the benchmark regression. And lastly, in the mediating effects, you use two variables to approximate the social capital as well as human capital. But I do have concerns with the proxy variable. For example, use whether you participate in any non-degree further education in the past year as proxy dummy variable human capital. But this may also suffer from reverse causality as well, because further education could enhance the use of internet and the employment quality at the same time. And for for social capital, you use whether you use the gift expenditure as an indicator of social capital, but gift expenditure may not be a good indicator of social capital, because maybe people with higher, in my opinion, people with higher social capital may not spend as much as higher compared with people with lower social capital. And also, if you spend a lot in gift purchase or gift expenditure, it may be spent on either family members or non-family members. So so this indicator, can you look into the data set and find other better proxy variables for social capital? And in terms of your mechanism, you use two channels. First is social capital, and the other is human capital, as the way how internet use influence employment quality. But I think another key channel is information access, because the use of internet can enable people to access information, and they are not restricted in their geographical region. So I think you need to do a wider literature research, especially the literature about search model in macroeconomic literature, because there's already a lot of literature in this field about how information access influence employment quality. And two minor comments. First, you need a better discussion in the introduction part and the result part on the comparison of your results with most related papers, such as Zhou and Lee, and the other paper with Lee, which I didn't find in the reference list. And also, you mentioned your heterogeneous effects, that older people are more likely to be influenced. But this is very interesting to me, and this is not quite consistent with traditional or existing literature on digital divide, which states that aging group enjoy less dividend from the expansion of digital technology. Could this be driven by missing variables, or how do you want to explain this? And I'm curious to see a better discussion on this part. And this is all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Li, will you have any immediate responses, how to incorporate these comments? Thank you, Professor Tian, for your very comprehensive comments. Dr. Li, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for Professor Tian. Thank you for your comment. For the capital, human capital and the social capital, I think the restriction of the questionnaire. So I will feedback for your. I will feedback to the author for the paper, for the people for your comment. So the collection and the analysis of the existing lecture I may not find a better way to measure the sorry.
Yeah, Dr. Lee, probably you don't need to go into a detail one by one. I think if necessary, probably you just share with the Professor Tian how you're going to incorporate those comments. For the details, I think you can have offline discussions with the Professor Tian. Is that okay with you, Dr. Lee?
Yeah, maybe I can send the comments in person to Dr. Lee after the conference.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Dr. Lee, I think probably to benefit the broader audiences, probably we just say I have open questions and answers for the comprehensive comments from the professor. I encourage you guys to have the offline discussions and discuss how you're going to incorporate those comments one by one. Now, let's collect the comments from the floor. I saw the one comment from the floor is there should be a option to articulate social capital in the public policy formulation. How we can start? Dr. Lee, where you have any observation, or the Professor Tian, if you have observations, also feel free to drop in. Dr. Lee, over to you. Dr. Lee?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, where you have any feedback and the comments, you can see from the chat box, talking about how to articulate the social capital in a public policy formulation. How we're going to start it, social capital.
Social capital. Actually, I may not able to solve your problem.
Okay, understand that. Yeah, Dr. Lee, I know, because this paper is written by another colleague, you just represent him to present today. It's no problem. I think we can have the broader discussions. I know one of the colleagues, Ma Wan Ying, also raise a hand. Probably you just say, come to the stage and share your comments. Dr. Ma. Dr. Ma?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay, yeah, Dr. Lee, thank you very much for your interesting presentation. Yeah, this is Wang Lima from Lincoln University, New Zealand. I have a question related to the location of the employment in your analysis. You mentioned that you have the heterogeneous analysis based on the locations. For example, you have the local employment and the migrated employment. So how do you define these two variables? So which kind of employment is treated as the local employment, and which one is considered as migrated employment? Because for rural people in China, for example, they can find a work locally in their town or in their county. They can work within the same province, but move to other cities in the same province. They can also move to other cities temporarily. So in your case, how do you define the employment, such as local employment and migrated employment? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your comment. I have made a notice for your question. I will pass it to Dr. Li because I'm not involved in writing this paper. So I may not solve your problem. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. I know since this Dr. Li is not here, and then there's a Hong Ke who is help I present this paper. So probably let's move to the next paper. We have the paper 4 is talking about the role of PRC rural commons development in income growth and also poverty reduction for migrant rural laborers. We have a Professor Sun Lei, a distinguished professor, School of the International Trade and Economics, Shandong University of the Finance and Economics. He will make a presentation. He had 50 minutes to present his study. And then we have Professor Zhu Chen from the College of Economics and Management, China Agricultural University, and then they make comments. So now let's invite Professor Sun to give a presentation. You have the 50 minutes. Professor Sun, are you here? Professor Sun? No?
Yeah, I think Professor Sun is here. I can contact with her.
Okay, seems he didn't respond. Yeah, so I just remind her we're really constrained by the time. So I think
just a second.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm using another computer.
Yeah, for the previous paper, I think since Dr. Li is not here, I think if you have any questions, just collect with our organizer ADBI, Mami, and she can recollect your comments to the also, and then here we provide comments. And then if you want to have the paper or the copy, and then you can also collect with the our organizer ADBI as well. So Dr. Sun, are you already ready? Or
yes, I'm ready.
Okay, go ahead.
I just don't know why this computer stopped to video, so I'm now using another computer.
Yeah, because we really run out of the time. If you like,
Can you see me now?
I see your name, but I didn't see anything else.
Can you see me now?
I see your name on the screen. I didn't see other things. So I just want to check if you are not yet ready, probably we can move to the paper 5. And then after that, when you are ready, we can swap. Is that okay with you? Dr. Sun? Yeah, it's okay now. Can you use the full screen? Okay. So floor is yours. Can you quickly take 15 minutes, go over your presentations? Dr. Sun, can you go ahead?
You're muted, Dr. Sun.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my presentation today is the role of China's rural e-commerce development in income growth and poverty reduction.
Can you remove the icon?
And poverty reduction for migrant rural laborers. So first of all, I would like to introduce why this topic is important. China has increased its important role in economic development and agricultural trade in e-commerce transaction in Asia market. E-commerce has increased rapidly and it will be continuously growing in Asia. Global e-commerce sales growing rapidly in recent years. And in terms of the United Nations, the digital economy and e-commerce are at heart of the sustainable development goals. So Asia market is at the forefront of the digital platform economy. According to the Asia Development Bank, the global revenue of the business from digital platform revenue was 3.8 trillion. So e-commerce and digital platform marketplaces have increased the trade inclusivity, benefiting the trade partnership and this kind of types of the companies, including micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises at the developing countries in Asia, particularly. But there's also challenges, especially for the developing countries. And individual migrant rural laborers are difficult to assign value chains of e-commerce agricultural business development. The e-commerce firms need inclusive business activities to help how local people and when information and market are not well developed in marginalized regions and less developed Asia countries. So this is the trend of total e-commerce transactions in China at national level between the year 2011 and 2020. So we can see China's e-commerce transactions significantly increased to more than 37 trillion renminbi yuan, Chinese yuan in 2020, from 609 trillion renminbi yuan in the year 2011. So in the nearly about 10 years, so we can see the e-commerce transactions has rapidly increased in China. What is about the rural e-commerce development? In generally, the rural e-commerce development has left a little bit behind compared with the cities and also the industry sectors, if we look at the agriculture sector. So the role of e-commerce development in poverty reduction and increased incomes to migrant rural labor in China, this topic is become more important, particularly for the Chinese policymakers. So we can see and the China government has carried out some important measures to develop the e-commerce in China, particularly for the target of poverty reduction in some very remote and poor rural areas. So that including the some government have already implemented some very important measures and strategies. Here I want to present the Ministry of the Commerce of China because the Commerce of China has played a very important role and has implemented e-commerce development program in reducing poverty at more than 800 the poorest counties nationally in China in the more than past 10 years. So rural e-commerce development has successfully created more employment and reduced the poverty in past decade at the national level. And particularly, the Ministry of Commerce of China has promoted digital platform information technology and promoting digitalization and upgrading supply chain and developing enterprises core value chains at rural development for the target poverty areas. So the question for this research paper is about mainly the investigating the relationships between adopting e-commerce and poverty reduction for migrant rural laborers in China. And the research aims to measure the role of e-commerce and using digital platforms in creating more employment and income growth, and also improving living standards for migrant rural laborers in China. So the hypothesis is about e-commerce and digital platform has created more employment, reduced poverty, and increased income, as well as improving living standard for migrant rural laborers in rural China. So this is based on the theoretical framework. So I have this the selections for the examples. For the purpose of the testing hypothesis, there are 4 preconditions for the selecting examples. The first condition is the example of 400 migrant rural laborers would live at the situation of absolutely poverty if they didn't rely on the consumption expenditures from their families. The second condition is the examples of 400 unemployment migrant rural laborers have received the training courses on e-commerce and digital platforms courses from the government financial aid to reduce poverty. The third condition is the examples of 400 migrant rural laborers have adopted e-commerce and digital technology platform in agriculture business. The fourth condition is examples of e-commerce firms have featured with inclusive business model and have worked with local government in adopting e-commerce agribusiness to reduce poverty and to improve employment and to increase income for migrant rural laborers. So here is the mainly theoretical perspectives. According to the new economic development, especially the one of representative paper is was written by Stiglitz in the 1986. And this paper suggested the important role of information in new economic development. And also this information could impact on the rural farmers to do the trade and the business and transactions in rural areas. So if we look at the new economic growth theories, and the theory suggests that investment in human capital and innovation and training technology and education are important factors for sustainable economic growth. So the technology, innovation, and human capital formation, such as education and training, have contributed to the rapid development in developing countries. And in particularly in long-term economic growth, the government measures, policies such as subsidies on R&D and training and the human investment will play a very important role for the economic growth in the long term. So we look at the topic, if we look at the poverty reduction according to the law of Angus coefficient. So this is the important indicators of measuring people's living standard and poverty and income growth. The Angus coefficient means if the law,
you only have 5 more minutes.
The low income, the lower income, and will have a higher proportion in terms of ratio to the food expenditures. So in terms of the United Nations, where a coefficient above the 59 representative poverty, if the ratio of the total food expenditure to the total the food expenditure to the total income is around the ratio 50 to 59%. That will represent the individual income. That will means the daily needs barely are met. If the ratio is 40 to 45, that means the well-off standard for the households. And if the ratio is 30 to 40%, a good standard of living, and below the 30, a healthy life. So that will mean the income will be higher, and the food expenditure, the ratio of food expenditure to the total expenditure to in the family, that will be the indicator for the good standard of living. So this is the results from the surveys, and we can see the local government financial support has provided a very important role to the e-commerce development. So this is the training course had provided by the local government. The local government is the Human Resources and Social Security Bureaus. So the e-commerce firms has worked with the Human Resources and the Social Security Bureaus. And the government, the local government provided a training fee to the e-commerce firms. The e-commerce firms will provide the training courses for the migrant rural laborers. As we can see, the training costs is 100% are supported by local government. So the training fees by average is $105. So training days is 11 days. So the types of local labor allocation include part-time e-commerce, self-employment, salary employment. So if we use angle coefficient method, and we calculated the ratios, the Angles coefficient equals per capita food consumption expenditure monthly by average, divide per capita total consumption expenditure monthly by average for individual migrant rural laborers for the year 2020 and 2021. So this is the formula. Here is the calculation results, and for the 400 examples, according to the Angles coefficiency method.
Dr. Sun, you have 1 more minute. 1 more minute.
The results shows, and there are 4 groups: the higher income and income groups. That means the lower Angles coefficient. So the lower income groups, and we can see the angle coefficient is also low. So from the example, we can see the result shows group 3, there's the highest proportion, and so the range of the income also has in the above middles of the level in the example. So as a result, actually the income growth has actually affect the results of Angles coefficient. So I can also have I can also show the results of the another.
Probably you just use 30 seconds to wrap up, and we move on. Okay.
Yes. So this is the inclusive business results, and we can see the inclusive business methods is very significant. You know, the consequence, because it is also very important for the developing countries. So the definition of the inclusive means another consumptions in terms of the World Bank. So the rural labor living consumption is above $8.44 per day, and this is the levels of the poverty line. So they were about 4.
Yeah, probably we need to end the presentation now. We already run over. Dr. Chu, can we just end here, and then we can ask Dr. Chu provide her comments. I know you have the many of slides, but again, we run over the time, and then they probably ask Dr. Chu a supplement. Dr. Chu, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, can you probably use your 10 minutes to supplement whatever left behind, and then supplement what they are Dr. Sun just present. Okay.
Yeah, sure. All right, so thanks for Professor Sun's presentation, and I will try to, so I am Chen Zhu from China Agricultural University, and so I will first give a quick review of Professor Sun's study, okay? So in this study, the authors investigate the relationships between the adoption of e-commerce and the living standards improvements, as well as the poverty reduction, income growth of migrant workers from rural China. And the study was analyzed based on a sample of 400 unemployed migrant rural laborers. And the authors calculates the Engels coefficients based on the data that they recently collected. And the key findings is that e-commerce and the digital platform technology can indeed increase the income and reduce poverty and improve the living standards of migrant rural laborers. Okay, so this is the author's main findings. And okay, so below are a few comments and suggestions after I read the manuscript, as well as listening to Professor Sun's presentation. Okay, so my first comment is related to section 4. So in the manuscript, the authors wrote that the survey collects the sample of 400 individual migrant rural laborers whom were unemployed living at townships and the counties before the year of 2000. And all the individuals have obtained the financial aids from the Human Resources and Social Security Bureaus in 2020. Okay, so the first question is, please clearly define the migrant rural laborers in the current study. And also, so it will be very helpful. Sorry, my kid is here. Okay, so it will be very helpful to provide a table of summary statistics of the main samples. So not only their income, but also the age, gender, education, and income level. For example, before and after they obtain the financial aids or the training program. Okay, so this table is needed. And a second suggestion is that the authors need to specify why they select the migrant rural laborers who were unemployed before 2000. So it's a little bit weird because this study collects data for last 2 years, but why you need to specify that these workers were unemployed before 2000. So in that case, were they were too young to go to work, or because they didn't get a job before 2000? So this need to be clearly stated in the manuscript, okay? And also it looks like the sample is focused on the unemployed rural residents who have received such financial aid and training program from the government. So how were these individuals actually selected for this financial aid program? And the authors need to not only clearly specify that, but also I would suggest that it looks like the title is a little bit confusing right now, because the title said it's about like the migrant rural workers, but it's actually about a specific group of people who have received this financial aids or the training program. So in that case, the research question would be different, okay? So, and I will also mention that in my later comments. All right, and my second comment is about the section 5. So in section 5.3.1, the author said that table 3 shows that the unemployed migrant rural laborers have worked at part-time work, self-employment, and salaried works. And there are 100 migrant rural laborers whom are employed at the 15 firms. And the rest of the migrant rural laborers have worked at a part-time or self-employed in agribusiness of e-commerce. Okay, so I read the paper thoroughly, but I think the authors need to provide more information or description about this, for example, the 15 firms that mentioned here. So how these firms related to the training program or the financial aids, do they have a special collaboration with the government to allow them to provide more training and also the jobs to these migrant workers? So this need to be clarified. And also please specify how and when these participants began to work, right? Because from my previous comment, it looks these workers were on employment before 2000, before the year 2000. So when did they begin to work? Is that after they received this financial aid and the job training program? So this time point is important. It's very important to evaluate the effectiveness of this training program or the financial aids. Okay, so this need to be clarified. And also in table 3 is a little bit confusing. So please explain or clarify what is the wage rate in 2021. So is this the wage rate, the wage that provided by the 15 firms, like the average wage or something else? And also how this annually income is defined, because we all know that for rural workers, the income could be have different compositions, like they could be agricultural income and also labor income and even some other type of incomes or subsidies. So this need to also be clarified. And my third comment is still about section 5. So in section 5.3, the authors discuss about the hypothesis and the preconditions that Professor Sun also mentioned in the presentation. But I think it would be better that the authors can provide more theoretical basis and also the corresponding references of the 3 preconditions that were tested in section 5, okay? Because right now in the manuscript, there's no more information about these 3 preconditions. And some minor comments. The first will be that I feel that the connection between the analysis of the individual migrant workers and the e-commerce firms, it's not well stated. So I would suggest that authors could restructure the paper, and also the first and the second sections of the current manuscript is a little bit not very logically structured well. Okay, so the structure need to be improved. And also the sample is clearly not a nationally representative one. So the interpretations of all the findings need to be clarified or to emphasize to avoid any confusion. So the authors need to at least discuss about it in the discussion part, okay? And as I mentioned before, the authors may consider to include individuals who did not use such e-commerce or participate into the training courses for better identification, because right now all the 400 participants have received the financial aids and also taking the training courses. Okay, so the structure and the research question as well as the title, the authors need to consider again and try to improve the manuscript. Okay, so that's all my comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chen. So Professor Sun, so the floor is yours. Probably you can quickly share how you're going to incorporate these comments. And after that, we can open for question and answers.
Thank you very much, Professor Zhang. I think your comments are very helpful. The first of all, I would like to answer your question. The first the first part. Migrant rural laborers here are classified as rural laborers moving out of the farming factors and work as skilled laborers, and they live at counties or towns in this paper. Because if they are still working at the farm workers, so for this method, and if we use the Angus coefficient to measure the food expenditure and to the total expenditure and the income, so that will not misleading. So that is why the migrant rural laborers are classified as rural laborers. However, they are still living at the towns and counties. They do not living at the villages. So are still called the migrant as a kind of mobile laborers, rural laborers. So in the survey data, your question is about why I selected the year 2000. In fact, this I need to clarify. It's a little. It is actually a correction. This is the year for the data between 2020, not 2020 and 2021. This is the latest data for the individual migrant rural laborers who have training on e-commerce skills, because COVID-19 pandemic. So the year has stopped for the training has canceled for between the 2021 and 2022. So the cost of the e-commerce and digital platform technology should later I will collect this. I will do the corrections for the year. Okay, because this is the third question is unemployment rural residents received the financial aid from the government. How were these individuals selected for the financial aid program? And there were two ways to select the migrant rural laborers for the financial aid program. The first is the local government. The local government has could recognize that they are unemployment, and they do not pay the social security. So then the second way is the firms. The firms will choose the unemployment to support this free training courses, because the e-commerce firms in this paper, and these all firms have worked with the local government program for the e-commerce development in poverty reduction. So these e-commerce firms have involved in this kind of e-commerce development and poverty reduction programs. So another question is the migrant rural laborers, how they work and when they started work. The migrant rural laborers have worked as part-time employee, and they also could have found the full-time employment at the e-commerce firms, which provided the training courses to the migrant rural laborers. However, there are not many opportunities for these migrant rural laborers to work as full-time employees at the e-commerce firms. Most of them work at part-time, and some of them work as self-employment. So it's not that because this is most of them are women. For example, 70% are women, and around 30% are females. So, and also the education by average is around secondary school and high school. So some women are actually before they started this this kind of e-commerce work, they actually they stay at home and look at their, doing some homework to look at their children, for example. So that is why the example actually mainly a woman. How they started? Actually, they will start their work related with the e-commerce after the training. The training courses provided the certificates of e-commerce skills, and also including give them the after they completing the training courses. So there's another question from Professor Zhu, assessing about the unemployment, the immigrant and their salaries. So the point of the salary, as you can see, and they divided into 3 levels. The analysis shows the result. The types of labor allocation are related with the income rate, or in the paper I also write as a weighted. I will clarify the income rate later. And the income rate as the Chinese yuan and are calculated to the US dollars. The low income was 29.85 around annually, and the US dollars. So this the part-time migrant laborers have the big share to the total numbers of the employee, and there are 200 employees in the income rate, 50 employees from the range 29.85 US dollars, and 120 and range from 78 to 7,463 US dollars. So 30 migrant rural laborers, their range above 7,406 around US dollars. So I think that the income range shows why is the shares of the different kind of employment at the different income levels.
Dr. Sun, you have 1 more minute to conclude.
Yeah, the hypothesis is that the precondition is that the examples of migrant rural laborers would live at the situation of absolutely poverty if they do not live on the consumption expenditure from their families, and their income and resources excluded the farming sector. So because migrant rural laborers are transferring into skilled laborers in adopting e-commerce or using digital platform technology. So the types of labor has changed from traditional agribusiness pattern.
Yeah, and I think probably for the detailed responses, I would suggest you have the offline communication with Dr. Chen. I think that would be easier for you to have a more in-depth discussions. Due to the time constraints, we need to move on. Let's move on. We have the paper. Thank you so much, Dr. Sun and also Dr. Chen. Thanks a lot for your Dr. Chen's very, very insightful presentation. Of course, Dr. Chen, you also provide very comprehensive comments. Now let's move on. For the paper 5, The title is Internet Use and also Household Data in a Rural PRC. Now we have our speaker, Dr. Panet Vista, from the Global Value Chains and Trade, Lincoln University in New Zealand. Of course, we also have the discussion from the Dr. Han Xiong, professor and also associate dean, the College of Economics and also Management, Huazhong Agricultural University from PRC. So again, Professor Dr. Vista, you have 15 minutes to present your findings. And after that, we ask the Professor Xiong provide his comments. Vista, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll share my screen with you. Can you see my screen now?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for making the time to attend this presentation. It's a pleasure to present this paper to you. I will get right to the main question and the key result. I'm not going to keep you any suspense. And once we have addressed the main question and the main answer, then I will talk more about the motivation behind the study, how we went about the study, how the study contributes to the literature, and what the implications are of the results. The main question that we asked was this: what is the association between internet use and household debt in rural China? In other words, do people who use the internet carry more household debt than those who do not use the internet? And the answer is yes. In fact, household debt is 5,372 yuan higher amongst internet users than non-users in rural China. And this is a considerably large difference. To understand why we asked this question, it would be helpful to learn about some figures about China and what previous research has shown. So just to set the context and provide you some background, China has more than 1 billion internet users. This is the largest internet user base in the world. The internet uptake has doubled in rural China since 2016. So more and more rural Chinese are coming online, and that hopefully bodes well for the nation as a whole. And at this rate, the internet is likely to become ubiquitous by 2030 in rural China. Now, although the internet has done wonders for the world, not everything about the internet is positive, and we're starting to see it more and more, at least in the West, and even in the developing countries amongst those who adopted the internet 10, 15, 20 years ago. We're starting to see some of the ill effects of internet use. Studies have shown that pathological internet use may hinder academic achievement of children. It may hinder their physical and mental health and lead to sleep disturbances. Symptoms of gambling disorder are more prevalent in gamblers engaging in offline and online gambling. And using the internet can lead to overspending on goods and services and online activities, such as online games and, as I just mentioned, online gambling. So there are many pitfalls of using the internet, and they are starting to surface, and people are starting to take note. And the effects of the internet are widely studied. They have received a lot of attention. However, analyses of the links between internet use and household debt remain scarce. And the few studies that have looked into these linkages, that is, how is internet affecting household debt, they have found very different results. The results cannot be generalized. So Analyzing different sample periods, different regions, and using different methods have all yielded different results. Two studies conducted by Bassnett and Dono Odonsu exemplify these differences. Now, these two researchers used two consecutive waves of the same survey and similar methodologies in the two studies. And overall, the results from these studies were consistent and directionally similar. That is, they showed that internet access was associated with greater debt and high delinquencies. Nevertheless, the probabilities of carrying debt were different in the two studies. So they used the same data, similar methodologies, the same country, and still they found differences in what they found. So it would be ill-advised to lean on studies based on the US or other countries to glean insights into how household debt is associated with internet use in China or other countries. China is particularly important. And the reason is that China has the largest internet user base. So if we find some results that can motivate some policy that can enhance lives of rural people, well, then China and perhaps India as well, these two countries are good to focus on because policies can have really profound impacts on many, many people. Rural internet penetration in China is rising rapidly, so more and more people will come online, as I mentioned a few minutes ago. And the internet has immense development potential. It can really improve lives, notwithstanding some of the egregious effects of the internet. It can compromise well-being and have adverse socioeconomic outcomes. And how the internet is used in China over the next 5 to 10 to 15 years in the rural places in particular will have a profound impact on the social fabric of the country, the socioeconomic tapestry of China. Our study contributes in 4 important ways. First of all, we present the first analysis of the association between internet use and household debt in rural China, home to more than 500 million people. So we're talking about data and some insights that are widely relevant. Second, we use the CMP model, the conditional mixed process model, to address the endogeneity of internet use. This is critical to obtaining unbiased estimates of the linkages between internet use and household debt. We know that internet use is endogenous. Third, we analyze disaggregated data to provide a more detailed perspective on the relationship between internet use and household debt. Data are disaggregated based on household income and household size, to be specific. And last, using the generalized structural equation model, we conduct an instrumental variable-based causal mediation analysis to examine whether internet use indirectly affects household debt via consumption, expenditure, and investment. So we used data from the CHFS survey, the China Household Finance Survey. We used the 2018 wave, a probability.
5 more minutes.
Sounds good, thank you. So the survey has about 40,000 households and it spans about 29 provinces of mainland China. But we were focused on only rural households, so we set aside the observations on the urban households. And then we removed some outliers, and our final data set comprised about 20,000 observations. So I'll just summarize the CMP model for you. The self-selection, as I mentioned, is inherent in internet use. After all, people choose to use the internet, so it's important to address this bias. So the CMP model is useful as it can account for the endogeneity, and it can account for the endogeneity due to both observed and unobserved factors. This model entails estimating or jointly estimating these two equations that are in front of you. The first one is a probit model, and the second one is a tobit model. So we estimated this model and we used an instrumental variable. The instrumental variable that we used is we synthesized a variable, and let me give you some insights into that because this is important. We synthesized an IV representing the proportion of internet users excluding the respondent in the respondent's city of residence. We expect this IV to be correlated with the treatment variable, but uncorrelated with the outcome variable. After all, living in the midst of internet users may motivate one to adopt the internet too, but it's unlikely to affect household debt. So what did we find? Well, the key finding is right here, right at the very top. Internet use is positively associated with household debt. And I already mentioned that the difference is considerable. It's 5,370 yuan. The data are expressed in 10,000 yuan. So this translate to 5,370 yuan. That is the households that are headed by those who use the internet are likely to have more than 4,000 yuan in debt relative to those who are headed by whose households are headed by non-internet users. We also conducted some disaggregated analysis. On the whole, the analysis points to two key findings. One, the variation in household debt is larger among households headed by internet users. And two, household debt is greater among households whose heads use the internet across the board, regardless of how the data disaggregated. Moving on to the mediation analysis, we can see that the coefficients are positive and significant. This makes sense as internet users are exposed to products and services through deliberate online searches and target digital marketing initiatives. So they're likely to consume more, they're likely to buy more. And we see a positive and significant coefficient over here. And these people are also likely to be engaged in online financial trading. Well, they are using the internet, so they have access to online trading platforms. So in conclusion, household debt is associated with internet use, I beg your pardon, is associated with greater household debt. Household debt is lower amongst households headed by males and those who are married and people in relatively poor health conditions. And the disaggregated analysis reveals nonlinearity in the association between household debt and household income. And finally, our mediation analysis shows that using the internet increases household debt through its effects on consumption and investment. Now, what are the implications? Well, the implications are quite straightforward. Millions of rural Chinese will come online in the next 10 years. And rural indebtedness may rise as more and more people start to use the internet, as we have seen. As people come on the internet, they have access to a lot of goods and services. They're exposed to digital marketing. People tend to buy more when they have access to these services and these platforms. And as a result, they may go into debt. And that can profoundly compromise well-being. Being in debt is not fun. And it can lead to adverse socioeconomic outcomes. So we know it is coming. We know people will be online. The goal is to be proactive about interventions, to coach people that, look, internet is great. It can enhance your living standards. It can make your lives better, but it has certain pitfalls, and these are the pitfalls. It's important to educate them that should you not use the internet properly, should you misuse it, you may become indebted, and that may lead to lower well-being. With that, I will conclude my presentation and open the floor to you.
Thank you so much, Vita. Now let's come to our discussion. Professor Xiong, the floor is yours. You have the 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks. So I will share my slides. Can you see the slides properly? What?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good. So basically, the first slide is about kind of a very brief summary of this paper, and I think it's basically, I decided to make some kind of a causality relation between internet use and household habits, and also maybe, well, this is a kind of a direct relation, and also hope to explore some kind of mechanisms indicating some kind of indirect relations through consumption spending as well as investment spending. So this is what, from my perspective, the major point from this paper. Some overall comments. Yeah, as I said, this is interesting and important questions, especially like the policy implications that this paper lead to, and also reference data set used, appropriate models used, and I have to say it's very readable. A few comments, well, major comments. First one is about the dependent variable, so the household habit. So you know, it's a bit tricky that it can be, you know, the money like borrowed from someone or some institute, or I don't know. I'm not sure if the loans are included. I looked into the data. I couldn't find the original data, but I find kind of the questionnaire. It's not still very clear to me that what's included in this term. I think this is important because it affects the way that, for example, when we analyze whether the debit is through investment, well, if loans is included, I think that the conclusion could be different. And also from the questionnaire, I thought that the answers about questions related to this at the range, right? I'm not sure if it is a specific value is used in analysis, or it's a kind of a value range. Well, this is critical, right? For the analysis, I think at least we need to elaborate this in the manuscript. And then the IV, well, basically this is a kind of a widely used IV, right? So it's in this paper, it's the internet penetration rate in the city, and in the city where the household is part of. But to me, well, in China city, it can have millions of internet users, and but there could be some. Well, how can a specific user's decision of using internet is influenced by the kind of very the statistic from a very broad sense, and at least, and also in this paper it's stated that when the instrument variable is used, it excluded the respondent, right? So I'm not sure how this is how this is done, because well, to me it's very difficult to exclude the specific respondent from the penetration rates in the city. And so there are also some studies previously presented that use this kind of variable at county or or district level. But city level, to me, it's been too broad. So I don't know. This is always a tricky thing to find a good instrument variable. But it's sort of like from from a statistical perspective, it passed all the tests. That's good, but just that maybe I don't know if we have more backup to to support that this is a good idea from economical perspective. And then some sort of explanation of findings regarding the small households. The small household is, to me, is very correlated to the households headed by the female. So I think that's probably the reason why it's small, because the male not exist. So it's either, I don't know, divorced family or a family, for some reason there's no main neighbor. So that's that can, with that background, I think we can better explain some of the findings. For example, female-headed households have higher debt, probably because life is harder for these households. You can imagine that a female labor that raises 1 or 2 children, or or also the area, and also small households have more debt than big households. I think this can give some better explanation. And also the dependency ratio is not significantly associated with household debt. It's probably also due to this reason. And for the median analysis, well, I hope to see a bit more about an analysis between the internet use and the two mediate variables. That then give us a more complete diagram, like, I don't know, like this, and that we show, well, this is kind of the this is the direct effect between internet use and the household debt. We have estimate that influence, and then from the two kind of mediate effects, if we have more information about 2 question marks, I think that would give us a nice graph like this, show clearly both direct and indirect effects. And also about the presentation, I think of the result and conclusion, these are actually some kind of quite minor comments. Here we have 2 big sections or subsections presenting the factors affecting internet use and household debt. Obviously, these are important, but I think that these are too heavy because the focus, to my understanding, is more about the relationship between the 2 factors rather than factors affecting them, and they are putting the first 2 subsections. I better concise them and be more concentrated on the disaggregated analysis as well as mediation analysis. I think the mediation analysis can expand somehow as the graph that I show have a bit more information on that, so that we have I think for this topic, is people are more interested in how internet use affect household debt, rather than the direct effect, because this is not that straightforward. It's definitely more likely that it's affected by some kind of actions, including investment or consumption. And also it's stated in the conclusion that the disaggregate, I know this is some kind of analysis that is different to the cohort of income as well as the household side, but it doesn't, to me, provide sufficient evidence.
You can wrap up your comments quickly.
Okay, sure. This will be quite very quickly. Reveal the non-linearity. So I would say that's more like the unbalanced results rather than non-linear results. And then some very small minor comments I can send to you afterwards. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Xiong. Again, I probably will give an opportunity to Dr. Vedsa. You can quickly share with us how you incorporate these comments when appropriate, and then after that we can give the floor for questions and answers. Vedsa, first I give to you.
Thank you. Hong, thank you very much. These are very, very helpful comments. I'll be incorporating almost all of them when I revise the paper. Money borrowed plus loan, it's a great point. If they're borrowing money to consume, things don't look good as far as their future is concerned. If they're using it to educate themselves, invest in farm machinery, and so on and so forth, the future could be a lot brighter than otherwise. We will make a point to clarify this. First, understand this, what is going on as far as the questionnaire is concerned. It wasn't apparent to us what was going on. If this information is available, we will surely talk about it. You said millions of internet users in a city may not influence a given person's likelihood of using the internet. Great point. However, we are using rural households in our sample, and the internet penetration in rural China is lagging. It is far behind the city internet penetration in China. So chances are that they're still picking up pace, and they're influenced by their friends, by their neighbors, by their surroundings. So I take your point in that millions and millions of users may not affect a given person's internet use, but the landscape in rural China is markedly different than cities comprising millions and millions of people. Once again, excluding the respondent, not sure if we included the respondent, it would make any difference in hindsight. So whether we exclude the respondent or not, I don't think it'll make a difference. We'll try both ways though, just to make sure, so we can answer a little more concretely. Regarding the IVs, it was difficult. We did our best to find one. We failed, and we synthesized an IV, and that's what we ran with. Now, it's a good point. I did not think about the fact that small households would be correlated with female-headed households. We will look into that, do some multi-collinearity tests, and if they are highly correlated, we'll play around with removing one or including the other and see how stable the coefficients are, and then report the results accordingly. Mediation analysis, more is needed. I hear your point. We will dig a little bit deeper into these effects. We will look into the average treatment effects. I think that'll be a great addition to this paper. And lastly, these effects are nonlinear, or they're not nonlinear, they're unbalanced. Yes, we can state it differently for sure. Thank you very much. Great points.
Thank you so much. I think a very good take. Now we receive the questions from floor, and same time I also see a number of the colleagues also raise hand. Probably we can I take one question from the chat box and one question from the floor. Daniel just asking what policy recommendations to prevent and also address the kind of negative effects or the pitfalls of the rural indebtedness. This is a question from the floor. And then I also say Lavin from the Asian Development Bank also raised hand, and ask Lavin quickly share his comments. After that, I will ask a speaker to make comments. So we need to finish the question and answers in 5 minutes. Lavin, floor is yours.
Thank you, Ching-Feng, and thank you, Professor Vatsa, for this interesting study. Surely opened a Pandora's box, but on a lighter note, as a bank, we have to believe that debt is not necessarily a bad thing, right? So I think some kind of treatment of the paper where we consider access to credit in rural as because today access to credit is a key thing. And I think if you can tweak your paper to ensure that this access to credit is given the due respect it deserves, and also the consideration it needs, that will go a long way in supporting development banks and other organizations. That's the first thing. The second aspect that I want to bring up was as a fiscal indicator, I would rather go after household debt to income ratio, because I think more than the debt, it's the debt ability to service the debt. That's probably more important. And I think some analysis on household debt to income ratio or secured to unsecured loans, so some consideration on those lines would be interesting to also note. The third aspect that I want to bring is, internet use has two dramatically end of spectrums. One is internet as a way of life and internet as a business means, right? So some indicator to show how is internet being used, you will see that I'm pretty sure we'll see a strong relationship on the debt. And then last but not the least, there are some variables whose influence on the debt will essentially flip after a certain threshold. For example, age, right? So as the age increases, you'll see that internet is more extensively used, maybe debt increases up, but then maybe after a certain age, people start using internet more just to get on with life, and so the influence kind of flips. So in your linear model, where we consider unidirectional dependency of independent and dependent variables, how will we address that probably is also worth considering. So these are a few points I have to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent points.
Yeah, you
sorry,
have 3 minutes to address one of the questions, and then we conclude the session.
Okay, so yeah, well, thank you very much, Naveen. These are great points, and we'll think about how access to credit can be incorporated, or at least discussed. It may not be able to. It may not be possible to model that in this paper, but nevertheless, it should receive some attention, as you said. Household debt, as a bank, you'd like to believe that debt is a good thing. Debt can be a good thing, as Hong also pointed out, and that's on our to-do list for sure, to find out if it's a loan for investments or is it for conspicuous consumption, for instance. Non-linearities in age, yeah, we can think about that for sure. We can do some disaggregated analysis by age, or do some threshold analysis to study that. Plenty of questions to answer, indeed. It's raised a lot more questions than it's answered, and that's a good thing. Yeah. Okay, now I'm reading the question off my screen from Daniel. What policy recommendations to prevent and address the ill effects or pitfalls of rural indebtedness? Education. I think education is the key. Before people start to use the internet, you present evidence to them that the internet can be good in these ways and bad in these ways. So when you start using the internet over the next few months, few years, please make sure you are careful. Tread carefully onto this land that we call the World Wide Web. Internet service providers should take it upon themselves that when they are marketing their products, that, hey, come get my internet service, they should also say that, yes, take my internet service, but here are some tips for you to use the internet responsibly. So education, left, right, and center is the policy recommendation. Then Daniel says, access to credit is fine. What is the control system so that the debt put to the intended loan? I'm not sure I follow this question, therefore I can't answer it.
I think Daniel is trying to say that how do you ensure that the debt that you give is used for the purpose for which it's borrowed?
Okay, well, we can't. This paper is not about debt management. It's not about finding out if somebody is credit worthy, if somebody is going to allocate credit to what the person is asking the debt for. How do you ensure that? Well, that would be a question for the risk management teams in the development banks. They have to vet the people to make sure that their investments are going to be consistent with what they're saying their investments are going to be. I don't think an internet management strategy or an internet service provider is going to contend with these problems. These are issues that are meant to be handled between the creditor and the debtor, and therefore it's a completely different question as far as this paper is concerned. Does that help, Daniel?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think with the time, I think your answer is quite valid and also very clear to the questions from the Daniel. Considering the time constraints, I think I need to conclude the session, and the organizer asked me use 5 minutes to wrap up, but since we already over the 2 minutes, I hope I can use 3 minutes to wrap up the session. Again,
please feel free to use 5 minutes.
No problem. I think thanks to the one of the speakers discusses for the very exciting presentations and the comments this session. While the speakers present the discuss about the impact of the internet usage on the several aspects of this rural economy. Today we have the 1 kilo speaker, 1 kilo presentation from the Professor Huang, and follow that we have the 5 paper presentation, of course, very rich discussions. Again, we can see from the discussions today, we can see digital technology, internet right now quite rapidly developed, and then show this is a cost cutting in terms of the impacts in the rural area. Of course, the session was to provide very good perspective to highlight how the impact is diverse and also positive and also negative impacts of the internet usage on the rural areas. Of course, it is a very important for us to say if we develop the a digital agriculture to promote the rural development, we need to think about incorporate one of the aspects into the design the digital village in the future. We know today the studies, of course, most of them is cover PRC and or just include this wetland. But I believe the lessons learned today are quite useful to other economies and the countries along the Pacific, Asia Pacific as well. So I hope there is a need to perform similar studies in the other DMCs for improve the understanding of the readiness of the rural economy for the digital transformation. And then, of course, the both is a MDB, like the ADB, and also the government can play very important role. Now, I just want to use 1 minute to share ADB perspective, a very clear. This session very relevant to the ADB current operations in our efforts in the digitalization of the agricultural value chain. Many of the audiences probably know that digital solutions now play a very important role to promote the resilient food system, and also is a key element of ADB's corporate strategy, strategy 2030. ADB now has been investing about $2.2 billion annually in agricultural rural development to enhance the food security in the last 5 years. And same time, about the 8 to 10% of this investment were related to the promotion of the digital agriculture. And also for that purpose, ADB has already established like cross-sector and also cross-region working group on digital agriculture already. We are now already built the data generation and the processing platform to support the e-commerce in PRC We're also working to develop the digital service platforms in Pakistan to support the precision agriculture. We are also exploring customized digital solutions for livestock value chain in Mongolia and also Tajikistan. That will ensure improve their productivity and also conserve the rangeland management. Again, where the digital technology has the potential to create the resilient food systems, the lessons from the today discussions were indeed very useful and important for the ADB future project design and implementations. With this, from the ADB end, I represent the Rural Development Food Security Thematic Group. We look forward more close cooperation with the ADB Institute, other research institutes, universities, however, in this room, we are work together to scale up the digitalization of our agricultural value chain and also build the food systems resilience. With this, thank you so much. And I hand over to Andy for the next session. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We greatly appreciate Dr. Chen Fan for chairing this session so brilliantly. We are very fortunate to have you chair the session. Thank you so much. I welcome everyone for this afternoon session of the conference on digitalization of agriculture and rural development. Today's chair is Dr. Andy Mackey. Professor Andy Mackey is the professor of development economics at the University of Sussex Business School. He researches on development economics, especially in relations to poverty, inequality, and how these are impacted by policies, trade, fiscal, etc., on labor issue, including female employment and informality, on inclusive growth, on agriculture, and on international trade. In terms of geographical focus, he works predominantly on Africa, especially East and West Africa and Vietnam. He was recently successful in obtaining fundings in an IDRC DFID Hewlett-supported programs on growth opportunities for women. He was an associate professor of DFID-funded Chronic Poverty Research Center from 2005 to 2011, and an active researcher from 2000 to 2011. ND has extensive experience of giving policy advice to bilateral donors, including DFID, international organizations, and government of developing countries. He has significant experience of giving short courses, especially for government in North and South. He has previously worked at the University of Nottingham from 1992 to 2003, and VAT from 2003 to 2006, as well as ODI from 2001 to 2005. He also had worked on many consultancy assignment. He is the editor-in-chief of Review of Development Economics. Above all, Andy is a very good human being, and it was great knowing him. And I look forward to you chairing the session. Floor is yours, Andy.
Thank you very much, Dil, and welcome to everyone for this session of the conference. Welcome to our Dean, Professor Sinope. Welcome to Wanglin, Dil, and all the ADBI team that have done so much hard work in organizing this. So we have three sessions for this. We have three presentations this afternoon. The same rules as in the morning. We are giving you 15 minutes for your presentation, up to 10 minutes for the discussions, and then 10 minutes of Q&A. Let's just get straight into it. I think the first presentation is Leslie Wu. Leslie Wu is from Guangzhou Nanfeng College in China. Discussant for this is Puneet Vatsa from Lincoln University in New Zealand. Leslie, you have up to 15 minutes.
And so can should I just share my screen now?
Please do.
Okay. And before we begin, it is great honor for me to be addressed as Dr. Wu. At present, as an undergraduate, I have still completed several articles and served as a reviewer by now. And good afternoon, this is Leslie Wu. I am a research assistant and academic of political business studies of Guangzhou Nanfang College. And I will talk about our paper, Poverty Evaluation Regarding the Internet. And that is the outline of the presentation. And concluding in 6 parts in the lecture, I will focus on the parts of our paper that I'm responsible for, which are most areas except the calculation of vulnerability to poverty. And our research begins with an inference that the internet brought uncertainties and opportunity for ordinary people, and that points have been discussed and in the morning. And workers who don't quite understand the internet may lose their right to new types of jobs. But once crossed the obstacle, the internet may offer a ticket to increase income, and hence we used CFPS data of 2016 to examine the relationship between internet use and poverty. And if we look back on the poverty handicap ratio and fixed broadband subscription worldwide, and we will see a negative correlation between the two things 2000. And the blue line is the poverty handicap ratio, and at $1.9 at a day is also the ratio of the population. And the red line is the fixed broadband subscription per 100 people. And with the observation, we propose 2 primary hypotheses. And hypothesis 2, with the popularization of the internet, if it could offer a cheaper but better path to message or knowledge, and we will probably see internet may reduce the return on investment in the traditional human capital. And it is worthwhile mentioning that we consider the vulnerability of a household to poverty, and we believe that adopting a forward-looking concept of vulnerability to poverty will help examine families moving up and down the poverty line. And generally, there are 3 definitions: vulnerability as expected poverty, or VEP, and vulnerability as low expected utility, or VEU, and vulnerability as uninsured exposure to risky, or the VER. And the VEP is the definition that we take into consideration. And the VEP is measured by calculating the probability of a household and falling into the poverty in the period T+1 for the bundle of household characteristics in period T, such as the likelihood that household consumptions fall below the poverty line in the period T+1 or T+2 is usually used. And since VEP is the forward-looking probability, our modeling based on the independent variables of 2016 can relatively alleviate the endogeneity problem of cross-sectional regression. And based on 8,338 family data, we calculate their VEP, and we found that nearly half of households in rural are vulnerable to poverty, but urban counterparts only get about 30%, and the vulnerable family accounts for about 50% of the total. And we mainly adopt three strategies in the empirical analysis: ordinary OS, logic model, and average treated model. And we set up two cross-terms of internet penetration and family education years, internet penetration and family education expenditure, respectively. And in the logic model, we set up a new dependent variable, PVEP, using 50% as the perceived watershed to investigate the influence of the two groups. And in the average treated model, we set up new experimental independent variables, POSM, using 21% as the perceived watershed of internet penetration to examine the average effects of hypothetical experiments. And finally, we extract some variables to consider the robustness of the model. And here is the main variables description used in the regression of our paper. And basically, in addition to internet penetration, we mainly consider the variables that represent household characteristics, especially the two variables, whether the residential area is rural and whether family work in agriculture. And it's play a big part in China because, and you see, if we don't get a city identity or hukou in Chinese, and you may not receive the high quality of the social service provided by governments, or your children may not enter the high quality of the primary or secondary school. So we believe the two variables is also important. And on average, referring to OS and increasing internet penetration, we probably reduce VEP by 3% to 9%. And for household living in province with internet penetration. And we also can see that the average age of the family and education cost of children, the family size, and the commercial insurance care, will also play the big part in the reduce the VEP. And we also can see that if you got a rural identity or you just walk into agriculture, and it will increase your family of the likelihood that falling into poverty. And we could also see the same result in the logic regression. And for households living in provinces with internet penetration between 21%, and the potential VEP is and if you look back into the ATE model, for household living in provinces with internet penetration below 21%, their potential VEP, which is the PO mean, their potential VEP is the 35%. And if internet penetration rise above the 21%, and VEP will decrease 3% to 9%, which is the average treatment affected. And in the empirical results are consistent in both continuous regression and the discrete experiment, are consistent with our claims. Internet penetration reduced the probability of household falling into poverty. The increase in internet penetration has relatively reduced the return to human capital, and both in terms of current human capital measured by the average education of family numbers, and in terms of the future human capital investment in child education expenditure. Now, we could say internet penetration is similar to pair effects or network effects in the literal sense. The significant negative correlation with VEP seems to imply that the households can still benefit from local internet use despite their low investment in the internet. That is, households may benefit indirectly from high regional internet use, and we lack direct evidence of whether household internet spending is directly related to poverty. The good news is that if policymaker or the government official promote broadband or provide adequate internet subsidies, the incidence of poverty in the region will likely fall. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leslie, and thank you for a concise presentation, well under the 15 minutes. So I'd like to invite then first your discussant, who is Puneet.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, Andy. I'll share my screen with you.
Please.
Leslie, once again, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It was great reading this paper. The main question is, does higher internet penetration reduce the likelihood of falling into poverty? It's an interesting question. It's an important question. The answer is yes, and that is very encouraging. Also, it is somewhat unsurprising. It is unsurprising because internet penetration can be higher in areas with higher incomes. So the incidence of poverty is likely to be lower in those areas. Internet penetration can be higher amongst educated people who would be less likely to fall into poverty than those who are uneducated. So in that regard, I am inclined to believe that the results are somewhat intuitive and unsurprising. Now, two data sets were used in the study, the CFPS and the CEIC. Nevertheless, it is unclear why the two data sets are used. It would be very helpful to understand why both instead of one or the other were used. What information is missing in one that was obtained from the other? This is unclear. Explaining this would be quite helpful. Now, the following points pertain to section 2. The use of the term full employment seems misplaced. Full employment is not relevant to a household. It is used in a macroeconomic context. It would be worth removing this term. Clarifying how internet penetration increases endogenous motivation would also help the reader. I did not understand what endogenous motivation means. I tried to search for a definition or an intuitive explanation, but I could not find one. So please make it apparent to the reader as to what this means.
And it's the discussion is the end, so.
Sure.
Oh.
Now, the authors call equation 3 the simplest hypothesis. However, the hypothesis itself is not explained, and it is hard to understand why it is simple. So once again, trying to orient the reader and trying to help the reader understand what the hypothesis is, and then getting into whether it is simple or not would be quite helpful as well. Explaining the hypothesis would assist the reader. It is not clear, or it was not clear to me anyway, how the authors derived the expression for VEP in equation 6. This is a key component of your paper. It is absolutely integral. Therefore, I suggest that a formal derivation in the appendix can be presented without interrupting the flow of the paper. The next point is actually perhaps the most important as far as I'm concerned. The poverty threshold of $2 per person per day is used. However, it is not clear how this number is derived. What is the exchange rate? Is it $2 based on the exchange rate in 2016, 2018, 2022? They have changed. So expressing these figures in terms of yuan might help too. Furthermore, there is a consensus that $2 per day is not a suitable threshold. This is a suitable threshold for countries that are low-income countries or very low-income countries, perhaps countries in sub-Saharan Africa, perhaps Rwanda, Burundi. However, China is at a much more advanced stage. Therefore, applying this $2 per day threshold is perhaps not suitable in the case of China. And others have argued for using different thresholds as well. Higher thresholds would be worth considering. In fact, the idea of using thresholds should be questioned. Think about it. Does it really matter to one's quality of life whether one earns $1.90 per day or $2.10 per day? Based on the threshold, the person earning $2.10 is not poor, but person earning $1.90 is poor. Now, is a guy earning $2.10 really that much better off than somebody earning $1.90? Perhaps not. So a continuum would be better, I think, than a threshold. Now, the last little bit is about the empirical analysis. Please elaborate on the models, OLS, Logit, and treatment effects models. It is not clear what these models do. Now, I understand that people in the community know what OLS is, people in the community know what Logit is, and as most people might know what treatment effects models is, but it is not clear from the paper. So clarifying this would be helpful. As it stands, the information is not sufficient to help the reader understand why only one model is not enough. Why use the three models? Okay. Explaining the empirical model specification and explaining the shortcomings of each of these specifications, and then getting into why you're using 3 as opposed to 2, and why these 3 and not some other 3, deserves far more attention. Now, the average number of years of schooling may be highly correlated with education expenditure. Please confirm the absence of multicollinearity and check that the variables and the coefficients, rather, are stable in the absence and presence of these variables. Education expenditure may also depend on the number of children in the family. It would be helpful to model this separately. Therefore, using the ratio of the number of children to the family size in conjunction with the family dependency ratio would be helpful. And lastly, higher income areas are likely to have internet penetration, are likely to have a higher internet penetration, and they're also more likely to spend more on education. Higher income areas are also less likely to be vulnerable to poverty. Well, they're high income areas. However, the authors only test how internet penetration and education expenditure affect the vulnerability to poverty. Furthermore, people choose to use the internet. Internet is not randomly assigned to people. It's a person's choice. Therefore, the authors are encouraged to address the endogeneity and the self-selection bias to address the main question. This is a critical point. In the absence of addressing this endogeneity and the self-selection bias, the estimators are going to be biased, and we may not be able to glean any meaningful insights from these analyses. Nevertheless, I want to end by congratulating you about raising a fantastic question. I think you've raised a wonderful question. The treatment, however, warrants closer and more rigorous attention. And that's all on my end.
Thank you very much, Puneet, for those comments. And Leslie, hopefully those comments are helpful to you. So we have time for questions. We even have a little bit of extra time if we need it. So can I just invite people if they would like to ask questions? I think Mami asked if people could raise their hands or contribute. Yeah, I think that's what we should do. Raise your hands if you would like to raise questions.
Yeah, I would like to just respond to the discussions, could I?
Okay, Leslie.
Okay, folks, thank you, Dr. Vincent, and your suggestions and comments is very helpful to us. And I would like to talk about some of the points you proposed. The first is why we choose the CFPS and the CEIC data, because we try to focus on some family characteristic, and CFPS is a social survey and conclude thousands of family and with their hundreds of questions, and we could not put too much the variables that such as the hundreds of questions into our model, and so we focus on some of the variables could represent that characteristic, and that's the CFPS, the function. And CEIC, we base on CEIC to calculate the internet penetration, and as you see, and because of the private policy, the CFPS do not show the exact address of the family, so we could not focus their address in the city level or even the country level, but we only got their family address in the province level. So we have to base on CIC to calculate internet penetration. And the 2 points, and the second point I'd like to talk about is the mechanism of the internet penetration. And as we could see in the morning, many researchers have talked about their mechanism, and I would like to talk about one of them that many people do not mention, is that the live stream, as you could see that the TikTok, Chinese TikTok, which we call Douyin or Kuaishou, is a popular short video and live stream app in China, and we could see many families, no matter in country or rural, they will use the short video app, and they will try to be an anchor. They will live stream the life, such as the farmer work or even eating or sleeping. And many people or audience will watch their live stream, and they will reward them. And for those families, they will make some extra money. And I believe that's one of the mechanisms. And the two is, and if we live in the high internet penetration neighborhoods, no matter I use the internet or not, my teacher and my neighborhood, my relative, they will get the message through internet, and I will receive the impact of internet indirectly, and that's the second point. And the last point I would like to talk is the cross-examination or the ATE model. As you see, the high internet penetration areas that could be likely get a high income. So it's really hard to talk about the real impact of internet penetration. So we just choose to use the ATE model, try to moderate but not can fix the problem. So it's really hard for us, especially for the lack of data to deal with those problems. So I believe I do the most as we could do, and I will converse with my co-author, and we will try to get a better paper later. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Leslie. So let me just again ask if anyone in the audience would like to. Wanglan.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. Okay, thanks very much for your great presentation, Lacey. And this is Wang Lingma from Lincoln University. And I have a question related to your data set. In your analysis, you estimated your models using 2 types of data sets. However, I found that this is not common in English papers because in English papers, people usually focus on one data set to explore answers to their questions. So is it possible that you only use one data set to write your paper? I mean, sometimes 2 data sets may generate confusions. I only heard from a former student of mine, and he said for Chinese papers, sometimes people use one data set as main analysis and then use another data set for robustly check analysis. But in English papers, it's not common. And I didn't see any papers which use 2 data sets at the same time. Thank you. This is my comment on the question.
Oh, thank you, sir. And it's thank you, sir. It's a good point for us. And because as I said before, it's really hard for us to talk about or to calculate internet penetration. If we base on the data set such as CFPS or other, and we could not calculate the internet penetration. As if we choose the CEIC or other micro and data set, we could not focus on the family characteristics. So it's really hard for us to deal with those works. So we try to make some change, or we try to make some attention. So, and thanks for your suggestion and comment. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yes, and if you really have to use 2 data sets, it's better to provide precise discussions, avoiding to make any potential confusions.
Oh, yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions from participants? Let me make a couple of comments then, Leslie. Thank you for your presentation. This is an important question. This question about internet use and poverty, I think is an important question, and it's a good question to study. There's a couple of, I haven't read your paper carefully, so I'm reacting based on your presentation, but I would have liked to have seen more detail about how you computed the vulnerability to poverty, first of all. That's the basis for what you're doing. So I think you need to give us a bit more detail about that. The second thing I wanted more detail on was how you calculated the internet penetration and what exactly internet penetration means. Is it use of internet? Is it at what level is at what geographic level is internet penetration defined? Exactly what is it? And another point I'd like to come back to was the point that Pinet made towards the end, which is about the whole question of causality between internet penetration and poverty reduction. Because yes, greater access to internet or greater use of internet can facilitate poverty reduction, but less poor people probably also get more access to the internet. So the causality could be going the other way. And I think that's something you definitely have to think about. And that raises questions then about, the deep question of endogeneity and placement and so on that Pinet was talking about. So those are issues I think you definitely do need to engage with. Let me stop there.
Thank you, sir. And the VEP calculation is kind of complicated or complex. So, and it's hard for me to trade off the time distribution that, it's my responsibility to talk about the paper carefully, but with the time limits, we are really hard to just talk about clearly each part of the paper. So sorry, sir. And the secondly, because I'm mainly responsible for the rest part of the paper, and the VP of calculation is conclude, and if I remember rightly, it conclude in 5 or 6 equation, and it also concludes a part of the paper we just we're using. So it's really hard to talk correctly within the 15 minutes. And the two is the mechanism of the internet penetration. And the internet penetration means that how many people, and is the ratio of how many people subscribe the fixed broadband in the local, residential, and in the province level. So it can, so we believe that internet penetration could shows that how many people in this area will affected by internet, or how many people will just, how many access do they got access to the internet. So it's my responsible to talk clearly about the VEP and the internet penetration. Sorry, sir.
So that's okay. On the second point, the number of people that have access to fixed broadband in an area, but what affects that? Who provides the fixed broadband? Who makes the investment? Who chooses to? Who chooses to provide more or less broadband in an area? And whoever is doing it may choose to provide more broadband to areas which are already less poor to start with.
And yes,
so again, getting at this endogeneity issue.
And so that's why we choose the 2060 as the time points in our paper. So as we could see, in the 2060, the Chinese premier Li Keqiang asked the telecom operator to reduce the internet fee and increase the speed. And we believe is some kind of shocking to the China. So things 2016, and the government will push the pressure to the telecom operator. They will probably to just structure the internet in both city and area, because if they don't do that, they won't get upwards in the government's insight. So we believe it's some kind of experiment in the China. So.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
In the absence of any last questions, I think then we should thank Leslie and also Punit for excellent contributions, concise. I know we put tight time limits on all of you. Thank you for good, concise, and to-the-point presentations. Leslie, hope the comments you received were helpful to you. Thank you for coming to present to us, and wishing you all the best.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So we move on then, I think, to the next paper, which is, and I can see he's already ready, Zhangwei Tian. Apologies for pronouncing names incorrectly. From the College of Economics and Management in Qingdao Agricultural University. Discussant for this paper is Wanglin Ma, but Xingwei, you have up to 15 minutes for the presentation. Please share your screen whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Professor Ma. Can you see my screen, Professor Andy? Can you see my screen, Professor?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, please give me some minutes. Can you see my screen?
Now we can.
See now. We are sharing from here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Ken, we are sharing from ADBI, so you can present and we'll share the screen from our side slides.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here to join this conference. My name is Tian Xianghui Tian. I come from Qingdao Agriculture University of China. I'm going to talk about internet use, information access, and female rural entrepreneurship. The outline of my talk is as follows. In the first part, I want to introduce the background of my research. The second part is the research done. The third part introduces the empirical results, and finally, simple conclusion given.
Sorry, Professor Tian, and you can use the screen to make your presentations. And when you finish one slide and move to next one, you just say next, and then my ADBI colleague will help you to move your slide to next one. Thank you.
Okay. Outline. Now let's turn to the first part of my talk, which is about my research background. Rural entrepreneurship is a fundamental strategy for the endogenous development of the rural economy and a symbol of rural industrialization, which plays an important role in economic development of developing countries. Women make up a large part of the rural entrepreneurial community. China migrant worker monitoring survey report, the proportion of Chinese rural women working outside the home in 2018 was only 30% of men. Studies in the relevant literature have found that internet use has had a broad impact on entrepreneurship, but there is a relevant lack of research on female entrepreneurial groups, especially in the context of rural development. The picture shows that women who...
Professor Xianghui Tian, we are sharing the slide from our side, so please let us know when we have to change to the next slide, please.
Oh.
ADBI colleague is helping you share your slides because your own slides cannot be shared. So when you present, you should let our colleague know that they can help you to move to the next slides.
Okay. Okay, let's go on. This study will evaluate the impact of internet use on female rural entrepreneurship and further test the information access mechanism. Based on the data from China Labor Force Dynamic Survey, this study used propensity score matching, heterogeneous treatment effect model, and instrumental variables approach to elevate the simple selection bias problems and endogeneity problem in the empirical analysis. The research done, we constructed a logic model to test the impact of internet use on female rural entrepreneurship. The dependent variable, whether a woman starts a business, adopts the CLDS personal questionnaire, if the work is divided into employee, employer, self-employed, and farming. Look at the following definition. which category should your drawer belong to? If you answer an employer or self-employment is female entrepreneurship and assign a value of 1 and the opposite value is 0. The core explanatory variable is whether to use the internet. The CLDS questionnaire asks about the internet in your home. In the past year, if you answer use the computer only or use computer and mobile for internet, the internet use variable is generated and assigned 1, the rest is 0. Control variables to get more robust estimates, control variables of individual and family were selected to reduce the likelihood of missing variables. Variable reflecting individual characters include age square, education, marriage, being a party member, and religious belief. The table shows you the descriptive statistical results. Now come to the next point, which is about empirical analysis. The table 2 shows you the results of baseline regression. The regression results showed that the mean marginal effect of the key planetary variable internet use was always significant at 1%, showing that the selection of control variables did not affect the admission of key explanatory variables and explain the robustness of the admission results. In order to elevate the sample selection bias problem, we use propensity score matching method to analyze the ATT of using the internet. No matter before and after the match, the table shows that use of the internet can significantly improve female rural entrepreneurship. We further use heterogeneous treatment effect model to exclude the effect of heterogeneity on entrepreneurial probability. The figure 1 shows that internet use can significantly increase the entrepreneurial probability of rural women and rule out the probability of individual heterogeneity factors. Heterogeneity is an important issue we need to address. We use instrumental variable method to alleviate the heterogeneity problem. Referring to the existing literature, this study select to run provincial internet penetration rate and provincial per capita domain name number as the instrumental variable used by the internet. The two-stage regression results are consistent with the previous analysis. So now move to the mechanical analysis. Women's use of the internet increase the probability of rural entrepreneurship by providing access to the variety of information channels, accessing entrepreneurial market information, and improving human capital. The table 5 shows that the coefficient of the cross product term of the two variables of internet use and the distance to the nearest bank is significantly positive at 5% level, proving that the use of the internet significantly exceeds the negative impact of the long distance from the banks on entrepreneurship. The table 6 shows that the use of the internet use has slowed the impact of academic education on women's rural entrepreneurship and makes women have more diversified access to knowledge. So that brings me to the end of my conclusion. My conclusion is the empirical analysis shows that internet use significantly improves the probability of female rural entrepreneurship through mechanisms of information access, including the interference of sample self-selection and heterogeneity. Government organizations at all levels should establish and improve access to entrepreneurship information and provide a policy basis for promoting women's rural entrepreneurship. We will vigorously promote rural entrepreneurship education and students' investment in women's continuing education. Okay, this is end my talk. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zhengwei, and thank you for a concise presentation. Much appreciated. The discussant of your paper is Wanglin. Please, Wanglin, up to 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure. Mm-hmm. So thank you very much for your presentation, Professor Tian. Now I will give you some suggestions and feedback for your paper based on my reading. I'm Wang Lingmao from Lincoln University, New Zealand. Okay, so this paper is primarily to examine the effect of internet use on female rural entrepreneurship and the potential influencing mechanisms. And this paper is estimated mainly using the 2015 China Labor Dynamics Survey data. And this paper has used different approaches to conduct the empirical analysis, including the simple logic model, propensity score matching model, and the instrumental variable-based probability model. And this paper concludes that internet use increases the probability of a female rural entrepreneurship. And this paper also explored the influential channels of the positive relationship between internet use and female rural entrepreneurship. And the authors found that internet use increases the probability of a female rural entrepreneurship, mainly through improving market information acquisition and human accumulation. The paper also conducted the heterogeneous analysis using the male sample, and they also found that internet use also increases the probability of male rural entrepreneurship, and the impact on male rural entrepreneurship is larger than that on the female rural entrepreneurship. So here I mainly have 5 suggestions and 2 questions in my part. So firstly, based on my reading, I realized that this paper did not discuss the contributions of the study. So this part should be clearly discussed in the introduction section. So after you summarize the literature review to develop the research gap, and then you should discuss about the research objectives. After discussing the research objectives, I think you need to talk about the contributions of this paper. And currently, the discussion on the contribution part is totally missing, but this is very important to an academic journal article. And secondly, your second part is a literature review. And in the last part of your literature review section, I saw you mentioned the objectives and the estimation strategies. So usually for the objectives and the estimation strategies should be briefly mentioned in the introduction section rather than the literature review section. In the literature review section, you only need to review the existing literature in this field and then give a brief summary to highlight the research gap. In addition, in this section, I found some other relevant literature on internet use and rural female entrepreneurship is missing. So it's better to include the latest relevant literature in this field to improve the discussion. Because for academic writing, we are trying to improve the existing literature. So it's better to review the existing literature, which can help to highlight the contribution of the present paper. And my third suggestion is related to the model. So in this study, in addition to simple logic regression model, this study also applied propensity score matching model and the instrumental variable-based probability model to conduct the empirical analysis. And currently in the present paper, it only has one equation, that is the let me see. It has only one equation, that is the entrepreneurship equation. Because entrepreneurship in this kind of analysis is just one estimation equation, it's better to include other equations. For example, when we use the propensity score matching method, we need to talk about the internet use equation and then treatment effects equations. For example, by using the propensity score matching model, we can estimate ATT, that is the average treatment effects on the treated, ATU, average treatment effects on the untreated, as well as ATE, that is the average treatment effects. So in this study, you have estimated the ATT. So at least in your empirical specification section, you need to present the internet use equation and the ATT equation, because your empirical results should be based on those equations. Those equations should be tracked after reading the results. And also similar to instrumental variable probability model, the relevant equation should be discussed in the empirical specification section. So because currently in this study, you only presented the empirical results and discussed them. However, the equations, or we call it empirical specifications, used to estimate those results are missing in the current version. So it's better to include them to make your discussions consistent. So after reading, we know which equation you have been used to generate your results. And also for the data section, in this paper, the description of data is too much simple. Probably for you, you have used the data. So you're quite familiar with the data, but not for readers or not for reviewers, they have no idea about the CLDS data. So it's better to provide more information to introduce the data in section 3.3 by introducing the data sources. So for example, you can say that the data is collected by which institute and what are the key informations included in their survey. Something like this to enrich our understanding about the data used in the present study. Lastly, I would comment on the references. So in this paper, the format of references are totally wrong. There's no that kind of citation format. So before you submit a paper to a journal article, it's always better to cite the paper in the correct way. For example, in this paper, all authors are mentioned in full names. But in academic writing, in journal articles, we usually do not cite papers in that way. So it's better to improve the citation format. And then finally, the policy implications should be precisely discussed, which means that when you discuss the policy implications, they should be discussed based on the key findings of your results. So that is my suggestions to improve the paper. Finally, I have two questions for you. So here, in your analysis, among the control variables, you used both internet use and internet use capability. So my first question is, what is the difference between internet use and the internet use capability? Because you use them together as control variables. My second question is, have you considered the endogeneity issue of the internet use capability variable? Because previously you addressed the endogeneity issue of internet use by using the IV probit or PSM model. So here, these are two questions. That's all for my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments.
Yes, please.
I agree with your comments. I will revise it according to your suggestions. Now, I'd like to make a few comments on your questions. Question one, what is the difference between internet use and internet use capability? Thank you for pointing out that we're now working on this problem in the new paper. We have dropped the internet use capability, the variable, and only use the internet use and avoid some
potential confusion
problem. Okay, this is the question one. Question two, have you considered the endogeneity issue of internet use capability variable? This is the same to the question one. Thank you for your suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Wang Glen, do you mind on sharing your screen?
Oh yeah, sure.
Unshare. Yeah, sorry. No problem. So let me just invite other comments or questions, including Wang Glen, if you have others.
Yeah, people are a little bit tired in the afternoon because in the morning session, people are very active, and always the presenters have no enough time to answer those all questions raised by participants.
Yes. Okay, let me maybe say a couple of things. I mean, again, I think this question about the impact of internet on entrepreneurial activity is a very interesting and important question. And so this is a welcome study. I think this is very good. I think what I'd like to have seen a bit more of, and again, I haven't read the paper, I'm reacting to the presentation, was some more descriptive information about the nature of this type of entrepreneurship we're talking about, and the role of the internet in facilitating or not the entrepreneurship. And in particular, because you're focusing on female entrepreneurship, which again is very welcome. I'd like to know to what extent female entrepreneurship is different to or similar to male entrepreneurship. What type of activities are they doing? What type of things are they doing? Is it similar or different to what the men are doing? And also, are there differences in the way that they use the internet compared to male entrepreneurs? So I think setting out some of that background would be helpful to try to understand the stories a bit more. And so let me see if there's other comments or questions. I realize it's been a long day, but let me see if the other people have other comments. Or please respond.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your point out that I'm not sure I understand.
I'm just asking, what is the nature of the entrepreneurial activities? What sort of things are people doing? And what sectors are they working in? And how do they use how does the internet facilitate entrepreneurship?
So what are the works involved in entrepreneurship? So for example, probably for some women, they opened the restaurant, and for some of them, they are doing the grocery shops. Or they are selling clothes. They have clothes shops. So what are the activities involved in the entrepreneurship?
In my paper, the entrepreneurship is self-employment and
employers, no.
The self-employed and an employer.
Yes.
Yeah. So what are the jobs they are doing when they are involved in entrepreneurship?
Other jobs is
you may not have the answer here, but I mean, I think it's good to see that, and it's also good to see if female entrepreneurship is different from male entrepreneurship.
They are farmer. Farmland is including.
Oh, farming is included. Okay, I thought you said it wasn't. Yeah. So I think being clear about what type of activities we're talking about, how female is different from male, and how the internet helps the entrepreneur, the entrepreneurial activity. I think all of that would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any more comments for him? In that case, we have a 10-minute break programmed. We have a 10-minute break on the program. So let's thank again the presenter and the discussant for very helpful, for a very good discussion, very useful comments and so on. Thank you very much. And Zhang Wei, we wish you good luck in taking your work forward. Thank you for coming to present to us, and thank you, Wang Jun, for your discussion comments. So the last presentation we have today, we're switching country now. We're moving from China to Vietnam, and we're going to look at agricultural productivity. I understand that this is going to be presented by Tang Tung. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Will be Emmanuel Doncor. Okay, so thank you very much. So this paper is Internet Use in Agricultural Productivity in Rural Vietnam. Tying as with all other presentations, you have up to 15 minutes. I'll give you a 3-minute warning if you need it. And then the discussant will take up to 10 minutes. So whenever you're ready, Tang, you can share your screen and stuff.
Okay. Okay. Hi, all of the professors, colleagues, and participants in the ADBI conference. My name is Thanh Tùng Nguyen. I'm the first author of this paper. Currently, I'm working as a postdoc in the Institute for Environmental Economics and World Trade, Leibniz University of Hanover and Germany. And today I will present one of my most recent working paper, that is Internet and Agricultural Productivity in Rural Vietnam. We are still working on this paper, so all of the questions and comments are warmly welcomed. For the motivations of my studies, as you might know, that Internet is considered as a golden key to alleviate poverty, educate people, and to achieve the sustainable development goals. As the Internet enables households to access the educational resources, access a huge amount of information, or expand and strengthen the social network. However, in the practice, the positive things of Internet are not always true. Internet use also has some negative impacts. For example, that people might spend more time online for communicating or entertaining purposes rather than for learning or work-related use. Or people may act on the misinformation. Another problem is that Internet addictions could cause the health and social problems. Regarding the studies on the impact of Internet use on agricultural productivity and the agricultural income, actually that there are a large number of the studies focused on the smartphone. However, only few studies have just focused on the impact of Internet use on agricultural productivity or agricultural income, and the results are mixed. Some studies show that Internet may have a positive effect on the agricultural productivity. Some studies show that the impact of the Internet on agricultural income or agricultural productivity are really limited. Some studies show that the Internet may benefit more the better off households. Some studies show that the Internet may benefit more the poor people. So again, this background, our study has the 3 main objectives. First, we examine the effect of Internet use on different agricultural productivity indicators. So actually in this paper, we use 5 indicators of the agricultural productivity. And the second objective is to analyze the heterogeneous impact of Internet use across the different population groups. And the third objective of this paper is that we want to investigate the distributional effect of internet use. So for study site and data, so in this paper, we use the information from around 1,000 farmers collected in the survey wave in 2016 and 2017 in 3 rural provinces in the Vietnam from the Thailand Vietnam Social Economic Panel projects. Yeah? You can click on this link to know more about these projects. So in our sample, around 36% of the households have the internet access. For study site, our study is conducted in Hà Tĩnh, Thừa Thiên Huế, and Đắk Lắk. Yeah? These provinces are commonly characterized by a high incidence of poverty, and their economy relies mainly on the agriculture. To measure the agricultural productivity, we use 5 indicators. The first one is production efficiencies. Yeah? Represents the total productivity, and it's measured by the stochastic frontier approach, print 2005 with the Chancellor's production functions. To measure the land productivity, we use the indicator number 2 and number 3. Is a crop output value per hectare and crop income per hectare. The labor productivity is measured by the indicator number 4 and number 5. It's a crop output per family labor hours and crop income per hours. To analyze the effect of internet use on the agricultural productivity, we use these equations with P here is agricultural productivity, I is internet, H and V here is a control variable of the household and village characteristic. As you might know, that the internet is likely an endogenous variables. So to deal with this problem, we apply the heteroscedasticity-based instrument approach from Lieber 2012. Compared to the conventional IV approach, this approach have an advantage in that this can generate the internal instruments from the assumption of the heteroscedasticity, and we don't need to find an external instruments, which is already difficult and debatable, and especially in our case when we use a different indicator, 5 indicator of agricultural productivities with different models. As a robotic trick, we also apply the propensity score matchings and random effects model to show about the effect of internet use on the agricultural productivities. For the second objective, to determine the heterogeneous impact of internet use on agricultural productivities, we include several interactions of internet with age, gender, ethnicities, and education levels. And to investigate the distributional effects of internet use on the agricultural productivities, the unconditional quantile regressions is applied. So table 1, you can see about the impact of internet use on the agricultural productivities from the heteroscedasticity-based instrument approach. And you can see that internet is positively and significantly correlated with all of the agricultural productivity. So it indicates that farmers using internet can significantly increase their productivity. And for other control variable, you can see that ethnic minority households generally they have a lower productivity than the majority households. The majority households in Vietnam is a king. It accounts for around 80 to 86% of the populations. The household with the male heads generally have the higher productivity than the households with the female head. The education levels of the household heads also have the positive effect on the productivity, particularly in 2 indicators of the crop value per hectare and crop income per hectare, the land productivity indicator. And you see that the weather soaks and health soak also to have the negative impact on the agricultural productivity. And you can see that the results from the propensity score matchings also show that the internet has a positive effect on the agricultural productivities. Yeah. The random effects model also show that the internet have the positive effect on the production efficiencies and crop value per hectare. The table 4 shows about the heterogeneous impact of internet use on the agricultural productivities. Regarding the heterogeneous impact by year of educations, you can see that the interactions of the internet and educations is significantly and positively is negatively correlated with the crop value per hour. So it indicates that the internet they may benefit more the households who have the lower education levels. Result could be explained by the fact that the people who have the lower education level, they may like informations, like knowledge regarding the production method, regarding the weather, and etc. So when they are equipped with informations, they can produce better and they can get a higher productivity. Regarding the heterogeneous impact by the ethnicity, and you can see that the interactions of internet and minorities is significantly and positively correlated with the crop value per hour and crop income per hour. So it indicates that the minority households they may benefit more from using internet. These results are quite consistent with the heterogeneous impact by educations. It's because the minority households generally they have the lower education levels, they have the low living conditions, and they also live in remote areas. Therefore, they face a loss of the barrier in accessing to information and knowledge. And when they can be equipped with this information, with this knowledge, they can significantly increase their productivity. The interactions of the internet and mails is shown to negatively and significantly correlated with the production efficiencies. So it indicates that the households with the female head, they may benefit more from the using internet. It's because of the gender inequality, so the females face more disadvantage to access to information and educational resources. So when they are equipped with the information from internet, so female may benefit more from the using internet. And the last one is that the heterogeneous impact by the age of the household head. And you can see that the interactions of internet and the age of the household heads is negatively and significantly correlated with the two labor indicator, that is crop value per hour and crop income per hour. So it indicates that the younger households, they may benefit more from using internet. This is reasonable because the younger households, they are better at searching information and they also more likely to adopt the new and modern technologies. The table 5 shows about the distributional impact of internet use on the agricultural productivities. And you can see that regarding the impact of internet on production efficiencies, the internet is significantly and positively correlated with the two bottom group, the productivity. Regarding the impact of internet on crop value per hectare, the internet is positively and significantly correlated with the 4 bottom group and the highest impact on the lowest bottom group. Internet is only significantly and correlated with the crop income per hour at the lower least bottom group. Whereas regarding the impact of internet on crop value per hour and crop income per hour, internet are shown to significantly and positively correlated with the 3 bottom group. So the result from this table indicate that the internet may benefit more the people at the lower part of the distributions. And this result are consistent with the table 4, showing that the disadvantaged households, also with the lower education levels, who have the minorities background or the female-headed household may benefit more from using internet. So based on this result, we have some conclusions and policy implications. First, internet use has a significant and positive effect on the agricultural productivities. Using internet is shown to benefit more disadvantaged groups. Households have a lower education level, the female-headed and ethnic minority households. The younger households appear to gain more benefit from using the internet. And the benefit of using internet being skewed toward a group of farmers at the bottom of the productivity distributions. And the policy implications that we can draw from this result is that the diffusion of internet should be facilitated, as it does not only significantly boost the agricultural productivity of the rural farmer in Vietnam, but also can narrow the productivity inequality. So thank you very much for your attention. Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So Emmanuel, do you have some discussions for us?
Yes, please. I'm going to share my screen.
Please do. Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Emmanuel Donko, and I'm an agricultural economist at Humboldt University of Berlin. So the paper that I'm going to discuss, that is the relationship between internet use and agricultural productivity in rural Vietnam. Okay, so as a summary, the study is quite interesting and addressing an important issue. The main objective of the study is to analyze the impact of internet use on agricultural productivity in rural Vietnam using a primary data set of over 2,000 observations. With the methodology, 5 indicators of agricultural productivity were considered, namely production efficiency, crop output value per harvested land area, crop income per hectare, crop output value per family labor hour, and then crop income per hour. Basically, the authors apply the stochastic frontier approach to estimate production efficiency, mainly the technical efficiency, and proceed by using the instrumental variable approach to look at the impact of internet use on agricultural productivity.
Emmanuel, your slide is not moving.
Yeah.
You're not changing the slide.
Yeah, I'm not yet there. Can you see?
Yeah, it's
yes, we can see.
Screen.
See, but only the title slide.
Can I continue? Sorry.
Yes, please. Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So the next step, the interacted internet use with key socioeconomic factors and evaluate the heterogeneous impact. And lastly, apply the unconditional quantile regression to evaluate the distributional effect of internet use. And key results from the study are as follows. The study shows a positive impact of internet use on the agricultural productivity. Also, internet use has a higher impact for smallholder farmers with lower educational level, as well as ethnic minority households and those with younger and female households. So the key issues that I would like the author or the authors to consider as follows. So the first one has to do with measurement issues. First, I'm just wondering why the authors decided to disaggregate labor productivity into crop value per family labor per hour and also crop income per hour. In additionally, why focusing on family labor? What about hired labor? Also, I'm wondering the difference between crop income and crop value. How was income computed and how was crop value computed? And with the farm inputs used for the efficiency analysis, I realized that authors mainly use input cost, for example, fertilizer. So now what I've been wondering is, are these input, did you measure this as input intensity? That is, Did you measure them as per unit or just the total for the total farmland? And then the next one is both the farm output and then farm input are in monetary form. So I was wondering why the authors did not consider, for example, profit efficiency instead of the technical efficiency. And then with the estimation, these are some of the suggestions that I have for the authors to improve the paper. First of all, the use of stochastic frontier approach has been extensively criticized on the basis that it's, first of all, looking at the impact assessment is assumed homogeneity in terms of the production environment for the users and also for non-users. And in addition, estimating technical efficiency from stochastic frontier and then proceeding to the next stage because of the assumption of the error term, which is quite conflicting. A lot of authors, a lot of papers are kicking against this approach. So the way forward will be, first of all, I would prefer that, or it would be better for the authors to rather consider the stochastic meta-frontier corrected selection bias model, where the authors can easily compare the efficiency scores of internet use and then internet users and then non-internet users on assumption of heterogeneous production environment for the groups. And with this, you can actually formulate policy recommendation not only for internet users but also for non-internet users, because I've been asking myself, we are promoting the use of internet, that is fine. But the question is, are all farmers going to use internet? The question is no. So now my key interest will be, yes, let's focus on internet, but let's not also leave those who are not also using internet. And then
can you advance your slides?
Okay, and then lastly, last but one, with the heterogeneous impact, you can actually use the scores generated from the meta-frontier scores, to regress on the variables using OLS. And then last and final, the policy recommendation seems to be a little bit general. So given that the internet has a positive impact on agricultural productivity, now the question for policy recommendation is how can we promote internet use among smallholder farmers in Vietnam? So basically these are some of the recommendation, suggestions, and then comments that I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So there was one question in the Q&A about Raphael, where you have production efficiency as the outcome. What did you measure? The time. This is a question for you. You can maybe answer that question and respond to things that Emmanuel said.
Okay, thank you very much for your really nice comment. However, sorry, my speaker is really bad and I cannot hear you clearly. Yeah, so I just catch up some of the points regarding the questions about why I use the crop income and crop output value per family hours. Why don't include also the high labor, right? And the first questions, and the second question is about the production efficiencies when I use a stochastic frontier approach to measure the production efficiency, right? But I do not hear clearly this question, so maybe I answer you the first question first. Is about why I do include the high labor when I measure the labor productivity. And the thing is that in Vietnam, normally that's around 95 to 99% of the labor input is from family labor. Yeah, just only very small amount of the labor input from the high labor. And the second thing is that for the internet, we want to check about the impact of the internet on the agricultural productivity. Because for this household, they use the internet, but we cannot be sure that the laborer they also use internet or not. Yeah, so I think that's the best way to measure the impact of internet is that we should use the labor input from this household, yeah, because this household use internet, but we cannot be sure that whether the high labor use internet or not. And for the second question regarding the production efficiency, could you repeat it again, because I cannot hear you clearly? My speaker is too bad today. Yeah.
All right. So basically, it was a suggestion that I was given, but I was saying that why didn't you focus on profit efficiency instead of the technical efficiency, given that you measure the farm output and input in monetary form or in terms of cost?
Mm-hmm. Why I don't use profit efficiency? Yeah, it's really a good suggestions. Yeah, I'm so interested in also measuring about the profit efficiency, but yeah, actually at this time I'm not able to measure the profit efficiency. So yeah, it would be a good suggestion. So yeah, I will have a look at, and yeah. And you also have a question regarding the crop output value and crop income, right? Could you repeat it?
Yeah, it's quite confusing. From the paper, I couldn't see the distinction. So I was wondering, is there any difference, because the crop income and crop value?
Okay, so the difference between the crop income and the crop value, crop output value, right? So the thing is that for the crop output value is all of the output that the farmers they produce, and it's measured by the PPP US dollars. And for the crop income, yeah, we use the crop output and we minus the cost, and it's the crop income. Okay.
Okay, so basically the crop income is something like gross revenue, right?
Yeah. So for the crop income, it accounts also for the cost of the productions. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then I think you need to clarify this in the paper. Thank you.
And there's this question from Raphael about where you have production efficiency as an outcome. What did you measure?
Sorry, Professor McKay, but I also cannot hear what you say. It's like you are using the can I say speaker, so I cannot hear you clearly. There are a lot of noise.
Where you have production efficiency as an outcome, what did you measure? No?
I cannot hear you.
Yes, so Dr. Thanh Trung, the question is, where you have production efficiency as outcome, what did you measure? It is a question in the Q&A box.
Okay, so how do I measure the production efficiencies? Yeah.
Yes, please.
So the production efficiencies is measured by the stochastic frontier approach, yeah, using the Chanslab productions from the Green 2005. So one side we have the crop output, yeah, and on the left side of the equations we have all of the input, including the fertilizers, including labor, including the land, yeah. So based on this thing, we can calculate the production efficiency. So it measures as the with the given input, how maximum the farmer can produce the output. Yeah, so the maximum is 1. It means that's a very optimized farmer, and the lower than these people, we can measure the difference from the output of the other farmer with the maximized farmer. So it's a way that we measure the production efficiencies.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question related to the outcome variable you use in the present study. So in this study, you measured the crop value and the crop income per hectare of land. This is quite usual. However, I saw you also measured the crop value based on per hour perspective. You have two variables, per value per hour, or crop value per hour, and crop income per hour. So this is very innovative. I just want to know how do you measure these two variables? And my second question is, you use the crop value as one dependent variable because you did not focus on one crop. So you're talking about the crop value generated by different crops. However, my concern is in nature, different crops can generate different values. For example, cash crop can generate more value than the grain crops. In other words, the higher crop value may not be generated from the internet use, but from the nature of the crops. Okay, that's my two questions. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for your questions. In our studies, because in the previous study, most of the authors, they just only use one indicator. For example, that they use crop income or the crop output. And you know that for the results of these things, sometimes that these indicators are not always true and consistent. So in our study, one of the things that we want to contribute is that we use a three indicator. Yeah? It's a total productivity, land productivity, and the labor productivity. So it's the reasons why we use a different agricultural productivity indicator. And for the crop income per hour and the crop value per hour. Yeah. So the crop income is the values that we using the crop output value minus the cost. And for the labor hour, this is measured by our household questionnaire. So in our questionnaire, we question the farmer about how much how many hours do you spend on, for example, fertilizing, on seedlings, and so we can calculate the total amount of the hour that the family they use for the productions. Yeah. And for your second questions regarding to second questions. Could you repeat your second question? Sorry.
Okay, so my second question is related to the value, crop value. I mean, because in your analysis, you calculated crop value based on different crops rather than a single crop. So my concern is a higher crop value may be generated by the nature of the crops rather than by the internet use. For example, cash crop can generate higher value than the grain crops.
Yeah. It's true that the impact of internet on different crop may be different. For example, that may benefit more the industrial crop than the annual crop. And in our study, we focused here is about the all of the annual crop. Yeah, we exclude the industrial crop. Yeah, like the coffee and pepper. And it's true that maybe some specific crop may have a different impact. However, the thing is that in Vietnam, the agricultural is highly diversified. People, the farmers, they do not only farm only one crop, yeah, in one land. They may farm the rice and also beans and also nut, yeah, at the same land. And they change for the summer they plant rice, but in the winter they may plant different crops. So when we try to disaggregate different type of crop, it's quite difficult. So it's a reason why we sum on of the value of our own type of the annual crop. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, at least the sort of kind of point should be discussed in the last part of the paper as a limitation or future research directions. Okay, thank you.
Yes. You are true that, yeah, it could be a limitations of my studies, and yeah, maybe that another step that we may focus on. Rice crop is a major crop in our study side. It's also, yeah, a really good succession. Thank you.
Exactly what I was about to suggest. If you look at rice, because rice is something that most people grow. Another question in the chat. In your sample respondents, internet used farmers. Quite sure I understand the question. Are internet used? What is the proportion to the total farm population? So I guess this person wants to know how many farmers use internet. I also wanted to ask the question of at what level is the internet use relevant? Is it also that it's relevant, or might it be at the commune? Because if there's more internet access in the commune, maybe that affects practices for the whole commune, and it doesn't have to be a specific household.
Andy, we can't hear you well.
Okay, sorry. I'm not quite sure why. Okay.
Sorry, I cannot hear you clearly.
I understand that. I don't know quite why this is. Okay. Okay. Can you not hear me at all? Because
We can hear you, but there is some background noise, Andy.
sure why, because there isn't where I am. Let me try and say something and see and see if you can hear what I'm saying. We had 3 Zoom presentations this afternoon about the impact of the internet and 3 very important outcomes: poverty, entrepreneurship, and agricultural productivity. Some of you are too young to remember it well, but there wasn't an internet. But the internet has transformed lives dramatically in the last 25 to 30 years and had major impacts. And there's kind of suggesting not all, there can be some negative impacts as well as some positive impacts. But here we have many very interesting studies looking at the impact of internet on very important outputs. Thank you to the 3 presenters in this session. Thank you to the discussants. And thank you to the other people who participated. Also would like to thank everyone else who's been involved today. We'd certainly like to say a big thanks to the team, Professor Sinope. Would like to say a big thanks to the chair in the morning session. And I would say that this, although I haven't been here for the whole day, this would seem to have been a very productive day. I'd like to remind you that tomorrow we start at 8:50 Tokyo time. I'd like to wish you a good, productive, and successful day tomorrow. And I'm sorry if you had difficulty hearing some of what I was saying there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you very much.